Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the September 4th, 2025 agenda meeting of the Minnesota Public Utilities Commission. My name is Katie Sieben. I'm the chair of the commission. I'll take the roll first of the other commissioners who are present for today's hearing. Commissioner Partridge.
Here.
Commissioner Hom.
Here.
Commissioner Sullivan.
Here.
Commissioner Tuma.
Here.
A quorum is present. We have 6 items on our agenda today. We will take a lunch break, probably like at 12:30 or so, but we definitely won't start item number 6 before 1:30 p.m. So if you're on for item number 6, we won't take that up until 1:30 at the earliest. Our first item today is item number 1 will be introduced by Cesar Panay. Please introduce the first item.
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Item number 1 on today's agenda is in the matter of the application of Otter Power Company for a site permit for the up to 66 megawatt Solway solar project in Beltrami County, Minnesota. And the questions before you today are, should the Commission adopt the administrative law judge's findings of fact, conclusions of law, and recommendations? Should the Commission find that the environmental assessment and the record created at the public hearing adequately address the issues identified in the scoping decision? And lastly, should the Commission issue a site permit for the up to 66 megawatt Solway solar project? The parties are here and available for any questions you may have. No other comments, no changes to the decision options or to the briefing papers. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you very much. If the parties could please come forward, we'll begin with the opening comments. We'll begin with the applicant. So is it you, Ms. Brusvin, who are making opening comments?
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Christy Brusvin, appearing on behalf of Otter Power Company. Mr. Reaver will be providing the opening statement for Solway.
Welcome, Mr. Reaver. Please introduce yourself and begin.
Yep, thank you. Preston Reaver, Otter Power. So thank you for the opportunity to address you today regarding Otter Power's proposed Solway solar facility, which includes construction of up to 66 megawatts of affordable, reliable, and renewable energy for our Minnesota customers. We believe this project represents not only a forward-thinking investment in clean energy, but also a strategic use of available infrastructure and interconnection opportunities within the MISO system. The Solway solar project is uniquely positioned to take advantage of MISO's expedited surplus interconnection process by utilizing an existing interconnection that historically operates at low capacity due to the peaking nature of the associated gas plant. This seldom used interconnection allows us to deliver new solar generation to the grid without the need for costly or time-consuming upgrades, enhancing efficiency and enabling us to bring benefits to our customers more swiftly. Our commitment to balancing affordability and reliability with environmental stewardship remains unwavering, with Solway Solar offers a low-cost, clean energy resource that aligns with Minnesota's renewable energy goals while continuing to meet the evolving needs of our customers across the region. While negotiations for vendor and contractor contracts are ongoing, all current indications suggest that the project will feature a strong presence of both local and union labor, a testament to our dedication to supporting the regional economy and the skilled workforce that powers it. Regarding the proposed decision options in staff briefing papers, Otter Power supports adoption of the recommendations put forward by Commission staff, including decision options 1, 3, 4A through B, as well as 6A through F and 8. Once again, we thank the Commission for its thoughtful consideration of this proposal. We see Solway Solar as an excellent low-cost option for our Minnesota customers and appreciate your attention to the merits of this initiative. We are eager to collaborate with the PUC, stakeholders, and community members to advance this promising project. And of course, we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rewer. Next, how about Lyuna, Dr. Franco?
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Sieben and Commissioners. My name is Lucas Franco, here on behalf of Lyuna, Minnesota and North Dakota. I'll keep my comments brief. First and foremost, we want to thank Otter Power Company for their commitment to work with local labor, unions, and other stakeholders to maximize the socioeconomic benefits of this project. The project will create approximately 70 to 80 good family-sustaining construction jobs during its peak. This is good news for the local community and local workers. We have many members close to this project, many of which have transferable skills and are eager to work on this project. In particular, we have a lot of experienced pipeliners that have worked in the oil and gas industry and look forward to opportunities to work on this project. Otter Tail's engagement with us shows a commitment to being a good neighbor and stewards of the land and local economy in developing this project. In addition to creating high-quality jobs and career opportunities, the Solway Solar Project will help Otter Tail meet Minnesota's renewable energy and carbon-free power standards while capturing the benefits of expiring tax credits. We believe that the applicant meets the statutory requirements. For a site permit, we agree with staff recommended decision options 1, 3, 4, A to B, 6, A to F, and 8. And thank you so much for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. And Mr. Runke, welcome. Please state your name for the record and provide any comments you'd like to.
Hi, I'm Nathan Runke with the International Union of Operating Engineers, Local 49. Actually don't have much for comments. I would echo a lot of what Lucas just said, but we just wanted to make sure we're here in case there were any questions. So thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Kajewski.
Thank you, Chair Sieben and Commissioners. I'm Richard Kajewski, the Director of Government Affairs for the North Central States Regional Council of Carpenters. We strongly support granting a site permit for the up to 66 megawatt Solway Solar Project. Offers a valuable opportunity for skilled union labor, economic advancement, and regional sustainable development. This advances union careers and economic impact. The project creates high-quality union jobs while promoting superior training and industry-leading safety standards provided through union apprenticeship programs. The opportunity to use union labor ensures workers benefits from living wages, health care, retirement security, and gives them the ability to raise strong families in a resilient community. Renewable energy projects like Solway stimulate the local economy as our union members work, live, and spend in this region. This would advance Minnesota's carbon reduction goals and transition to cleaner energy. And the renewable energy projects like these can provide skill development opportunities for a diverse local workforce while providing career advancement in the clean energy fields. It provides a commitment to community benefits. Union labor delivers high-quality construction and maintenance, ensuring long-term operational success and reliable service. With labor's involvement, this project will prioritize safety, stability, and accountability, garnering community trust in renewable energy investments. The Carpenters Union is ready to partner with Otter Power to realize the important project, affirming a shared commitment to ethical labor standards and economic and environmental progress for this region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we'll turn to Commissioner questions. Who would like to start? Commissioner Partridge.
Great. Thank you, Chair Sieben. I appreciate everybody being here and the comments today. This record was, in my opinion, fairly positive and straightforward, and I don't have a whole lot of questions. I think there were just a few issues noted. A couple of those come up very regularly, and we've discussed those quite a bit in other projects, so I'm not sure we need to go over them again. The change to the noise monitoring language looked fine, and I'm seeing Mr. Kirsch nod his head that is an acceptable change, so that sounds good. The one issue that did pop up is this idea of whether the lifetime should be 35 years or 30 years. I will just say that because this project specifically is owned by a regulated utility, the commission will have a great deal of insight into the project. I feel comfort with 35 years. I think I don't have any kinds of problem with that. I think we'll have the ability to monitor the project and ensure that it continues to produce energy. Mr. Kirsch, do you have any strong opposition to 35 years as a lifetime?
Mr. Kirsch, please state your name for the record.
Yeah, good morning, Commissioners. Ray Kirsch, Minnesota Public Utilities Commission, Energy Infrastructure Permitting Staff. I don't think there's any objection. I think staff just wanted to point out consistency is helpful in permit compliance. It's the slippery slope argument or the parade of horribles. If this one's 35, is the next one 32? Is the next one 38? And so to aid in permit compliance, we think it is important to be consistent, but there could be exceptions, and I understand that.
Sure. I think that's helpful. I don't know if other commissioners have questions about that. Sure.
From my perspective, Commissioner Partridge, I was comfortable with 35 years and appreciate EIP raising this issue, but I think if you look at the rate impacts and how it would be spread out over a longer period of time, and it would help mitigate the rate impact to, again, as you said, to a regulated utility where we're concerned about rates. That's why largely I'm supportive of 35 years and think, consistently, if we do continue to try to maintain consistency, to Mr. Kirsch's point, it might just be we want to move to this longer period anyway. Commissioner Hahn.
Thank you, Chair Sieben. So I have a question to company on this issue. So what is your assumption in your ILP under your solar project?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Commissioner. We use 35 years in that.
So yeah, because Commission approved the 35 years, and then I think it is consistent that company is proposing 35 years in this docket. So I think that's why I am supporting 35, and hopefully next rate case or the near right after this project is completed, rate case or in your right of filing, you should clearly indicate that you are using 35 as your depreciation time period and indicate that in filing.
Any other comments on the 35 years from commissioners or questions? Commissioner Partridge?
I do have one slight edit to make or to propose, I would say, to decision option number 8. And that is just that decision option number 8 is one that we regularly adopt to allow for edits to typographical errors. We identified one specifically in the permit here where it refers to the Department of Commerce and should refer to the EIP staff at the PUC. And so Ms. Patterson has language that simply adds that to number 8 to specify that we would replace Department of Commerce with EIP staff for accuracy. And that is the only item I have on this docket.
Great. Ms. Patterson, do you want to put that up, or did you put it up? I can't see. Oh, you did. It's just small. There we go. No objection to that from the parties. And Ms. Brusvin or Mr. Ruhr, remind us when you hope to begin construction and the targeted in-service date, and how, if there's anything you're doing to speed the process along so that it can
Madam Chair,
qualify for all the good things we want it to qualify for.
assuming that the meeting concludes as we anticipate, when I go back to my office, we'll be starting our pre-construction filings this afternoon. Otter Tail plans to start limited construction on its O&M facility and tree clearing this fall, to facilitate a full start of construction in the spring, and then be in service by the end of next year.
So the construction period is about like spring to end of the year. Hopefully it will be in production then at the beginning of 26.
It'll at the end of 26.
Or at the end
Sure.
of 26,
Yep.
the beginning of 27.
And so starting construction this fall helps ensure that we can take full advantage of the good construction season in 26 as soon as we possibly can.
And Mr. Ruhr, is this project going to be jointly shared amongst other states within Otter Tail's jurisdiction, or is it, remind us how you're proposing to spread the costs to Minnesotans?
Yep, thank you for the question, Madam Chair. Matthew Olson is online with Otter Tail Power. I think he might be best to answer that question.
Mr. Olson, welcome. How would you like to talk about your jurisdictional split here between partnering and neighboring states, or could you fill us in on how that's going?
Good morning, Commissioners. Matt Olson for Otter Tail Power Company. Thank you, Chair Sieben. Yep, this is a project that we are intending to split between Minnesota and South Dakota. The allocation, as we talked about, I think before you in June, is roughly 83% to Minnesota and 17% to South Dakota. And this is a project that North Dakota is not participating in. That allocation will change over time as load changes between the states.
It's anticipated then the impact of that for Minnesota ratepayers essentially is we will offset additional power costs that would have been allocated to other states. So it likely will benefit ratepayers to be getting this clean energy resource once it's online, correct?
Yes, Chair Sieben, that's correct.
Commissioner Tuma.
Yeah, particularly the fact that you're getting it into the ground quickly, that'll help out a lot. So we get that. Madam Chair and Ms. Brusman, this is good news that I'm hearing, but there's a lot of trees there. This is a good thing because it's not prime farmland, I guess. And so we don't have to worry about that. But this will probably be one of the, probably outside of MP's coming one at Boswell, some of the most tree clearing that we have done. And if we're starting quickly, I don't see Ms. Bump here, but I was just curious, communicating with DNR already about this fast timeline so that they're aware, so that they can address any concerns they may have with wildlife management that is part of this permit.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Tuma, we will be engaged with DNR here. We've reached, sorry, she's in the room.
Yeah, she's in the back.
To make sure that we are in full coordination. And there was a modification that was introduced in Mr. Reaver's testimony that removed some of the panels that were in the southwest corner of the project, and that reduced the number of acres of tree clearing pretty significantly. So we think that that was also a helpful measure to minimize those impacts.
Well, I just wanted to make sure Ms. Bump was warned. Apparently she's in the room, and so now she's forewarned. That's all I need to know. So. There she is, hiding back there. So
she's not coming forward, so I don't.
She doesn't need to come forward. I just wanted to make sure DNR was aware of the expedited timeline. So,
Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Sieben. So another question to company. It is being considered as a surplus interconnection. So what is the company's plan to getting off from the surplus interconnection and being full resource in the near future or in the future? After we build all other transmission line, probably your interconnection cost will be very minimal. Is there any plan from company making it as a full resource rather than surplus interconnection?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Commissioner. There are no current plans to do that. The nature of the peaking resource that's there and the solar resource that we're bringing online and kind of the operations of that gas plant, we believe the surplus interconnection is a good value for our customers, and so at this point there's no plans to pursue its own standalone interconnection.
But that means you are losing the capacity accreditation for this solar, so I think some point of time company need to evaluate the trade-off between losing this capacity versus interconnection cost.
Yep, thank you for that, and that's absolutely something we'll continue to monitor, especially with the MISO policy changes that are ongoing.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Tuma.
Here's a good point, and I never thought through this. If let's say the Solway station is needed to be called on, and the solar is producing at 50% of its capacity at that moment, is it possible for both units to be running and injecting? Because obviously you can run a gas plant at pretty much any level. That's why we like them. They can ramp and they can. Is that what happens? Because more than likely at that stage, the solar is going to be cheaper. So is that the way they operate? I don't even know the answer to that question. So.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Commissioner Tuma. Yes, you're right. It's so essentially we have a point of interconnection level of 50 megawatts. Both these plants are also rated to be able to produce about 50 megawatts, give or take. And so we never can exceed that 50 megawatts, but they can both operate simultaneously, and we'll look to operate them most economically that we can.
Learn something every day. Thank you.
Ms. Brusman, this is a little unusual to, when we were just talking about the replacement or the clearing of a number of trees in a different solar docket, the commission, I think, if I'm remembering, ordered replacement trees to be planted nearby. Was that anything that was considered in this docket for the actual clearing of where you would potentially replant the equivalent number of trees that were cut, or is that, I don't think it was brought into the record, so it's kind of on the fly here. But
Yeah, Madam Chair, that wasn't something that was raised in the record. Certainly there, this is at the Solway station, and so we'll be clearing the minimum number of trees necessary to build the solar project and trying to maintain the other existing trees in the area, but a replacement was not contemplated in the record.
I just think it's something that we should, as joint, not directed specifically at Otter Tail here, because it wasn't in the record and we didn't talk about it, and I should have asked about it earlier, but it's something as we get tree clearing projects, parties, including the DNR and surrounding tribes and others that are interested, we should consider like planting equivalent number of trees in adjacent parcels where we can. So I'm just expressing my lack of thinking about this ahead of time, really, but something to consider for the future. Commissioner Sullivan.
I like where you're going with that. I mean, obviously, I don't think we're going to do anything right now, but I like trees too. The natural gas people know that to be true.
Yeah.
Actually, I want to go back to, this is more of a curiosity, so I'm interested in how you're using this in tandem with the Solway gas unit that's there. So are you able to, like, in effect, firm them both up? You know, like you have a 50 megawatt gas plant, you get an accreditation number from MISO, but you can, because the solar is also going to be there, you almost like at that node, at the interconnection, you can say we're 100%, or it allows us to store gas on site so that you're kind of getting around, I don't know if this is firm gas, that if you have a firm contract for delivery of gas. I'm just really curious in like how they're working together. And since this is the opportunity for me to ask this question, that's why I'm doing it now.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Commissioner Sullivan. I'll do my best to try to explain the firming up. So there is a benefit to adding additional generation at an existing interconnection, for reliability purposes, and in our case for economic purposes. The one thing that
and to be clear, like you can kind of firm them both up. Like the gas probably has like a 91% accreditation, and the solar probably is accredited at some number in the 30s or something, and you could kind of give them both. They can both get a bump up, almost like when you do solar plus storage. That's the way I was thinking about it.
Yeah, I think maybe one way to look at it is you have a point of interconnection accreditation, and you are bringing two units to the equation that can maximize the amount of accreditation out of that single point of interconnection, right? So instead of saying the gas is getting slightly more or the solar is getting slightly more because it's adjacent, it's more of thinking of it as we have a 50 megawatt interconnection, and there will be benefits now, to a slight degree of an increase. And again, as I mentioned, there's a lot of changes at MISO right now, but there will be a slight increase potentially due to the added reliability of the solar farm there.
It's interesting. Thanks. Yeah.
Any other questions or discussion? Commissioner Partridge, do you have a motion?
I do. I would move number 1, decision option number 3, decision option 4A and B, decision option 6A, B, C, D, E, and F, and decision option 8 as modified.
Great. Is there any discussion of the motion? Hearing none, all in favor of Commissioner Partridge's motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion prevails 5-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioners.
All the parties. Mr. Eck, please introduce item number 2.
Good morning, Chair Sabin, Commissioners. Item number 2 is docket number IP-7145/WS-24-349 in the matter of Wisconsin Power and Light Company's site permit application for a large wind energy conversion system of up to 153 megawatts in Freeborn County, Minnesota. The questions before the commission are, or the question before the commission is, should the commission issue a draft site permit for the Bent Tree North Wind Farm in Freeborn County, Minnesota? And staff is available for questions.
Okay, great. Do we have, we don't have opening comments, correct?
Nobody contacted me that they
Okay.
were interested. I believe the applicants are here.
If the applicants will come forward for commission questions and if anyone else, if the department or anybody else has, I don't think they do. If, good morning, please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Chair Steven, Commissioners. Valerie Herring from the Taft Law Firm, appearing on behalf of Wisconsin Light and Power.
Good morning, Mark Escalante, Wisconsin Power and Light.
Great. Do commissioners have any questions for the applicant at this time?
I could say-
Commissioner Partridge?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Steven. I don't have any questions for you. I do want to just note that this is, I believe, our first proposed wind project under our new process. And so that's kind of an exciting milestone, so you can put that on a plaque. This will kick off the next set of discussions and public engagement. And so this is really, in my mind, just us saying go forth and do great work with the public to gather input and feedback. And then we will be back to look at all of that and the conclusion and outcomes there. So I don't have any questions for you, but this is very exciting. We like to see new wind projects, and it's great that you are moving forward under this new process passed by the legislature in 2024.
Great. And thank you, Commissioner Partridge, for pointing that out. And just the general message is that our staff is working really hard to with applicants to ensure that they can process these dockets as quickly as possible while still allowing for robust input from the public. And it's really helpful to have the applicant already have done a lot of that prep work with, for example, the Albert Lee Economic Development Agency. We already have their comments in, and other participants in this record. So thank you, Ms. Herring, on behalf of your applicant for doing a lot of that pre-work that will help ensure that the public is informed and the commission can ultimately make a good decision here in the coming months. So any other comments from commissioners? Commissioner Partridge, do you have a motion?
I do. I move decision option 1 and decision option 2.
Is there any discussion of Commissioner Partridge's motion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? The motion prevails 5-0. Thank you very much. Okay, the next item, if parties want to come forward, is item number 3. Take a second to allow staff to come up, and I know we have people online for this one too.
Good morning, Chair Sieben and Commissioners. Item number 3 is for docket number ET2/TL-24-132 in the matter of the application of Great River Energy for a route permit application for the Laketown 115 kV transmission line in Carver County, Minnesota. The questions before the Commission are: should the Commission adopt the ALJ's findings of fact, conclusions of law, and recommendations? Should the Commission find that the environmental assessment is adequate? And should the Commission grant a route permit for the proposed transmission line project? Environmental review staff with the PUC EIP unit filed comments on the briefing papers on August 26, 2025. Commissioner Tuma filed modified and new decision options on August 27, 2025. GRE filed reply comments to new and modified decision options on September 2nd, 2025. And PUC EIP staff have created a handout showing the route comparison table from the environmental assessment as a visual aid for participants in today's meetings. Copies of each of those handouts are available at the back of the room on the table, and I have a few copies up front here if anybody needs one. Staff also notes one correction to the briefing papers. In the final recommended decision options from staff, it says staff supports decision options 4 and 11. There is no decision option at 11. Staff meant to say we support decision options 4 and 10. I have no further remarks, but I'm available for questions. Thank you.
And Mr. Labby and Mr. Hicks, thank you so much for your work on this item to get us to this point, and we really appreciate it. Commissioner Tuma, I'm going to turn it over to you to kind of begin to step through the docket here.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And Sam, did they get the commissioners get that copy of that breakdown of the factors? I don't remember if they got handed out to them. And Madam Chair, I appreciate it. I'm going to spend a little time because there has been a lot of moving parts here. I do want to make sure the City of Victoria, Mr. Iden, thank you for coming, and also I think Ms. Vogel's online. So I think to start off with, I want to make sure they are connected and just could introduce themselves. So I don't know if Mayor Johnson, if you could introduce yourself so that we know you are connected. Sometimes our systems don't always work that great, so I want to make sure you're out there in the ether world.
Yes, sir, Commissioner. I am on, and I can hear you. Hopefully you guys can do the same with me.
And Ms. Vogel, I assume that is you too.
Sorry, Commissioner Toomer.
Yes.
Mayor, can you please state your name for the record, too?
Absolutely. My apologies. My name is Courtney Johnson. I'm the mayor of the City of Carver.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, and also I'm assuming that's you, Ms. Vogel, on that I see a camera on, so I just want to make sure you can introduce yourself for the record and you can hear us.
Yes, thank you. My name is Trudy Vogel. My husband Steve is here as well, and I'm just a concerned citizen.
Yes, and thank you. We've had the record, and I want to start off though, Madam Chair.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, the commissioners can't control the screen, but there was someone who put in the chat that they couldn't connect their video, but they wanted to comment or introduce themselves.
Yeah, I'm here now. Thanks for adjusting. My name is Brent Merrick. I'm the Carver City Manager.
Thank you.
We got you, Mr. Merrick. Thank you. Not related to the Merricks down by New Prague, are you? Or?
No, St. Cloud.
Yep, I heard you. And Ms. Johnson, I know you're a Packers fan. I'll forgive that for you, but I think it'll actually help you with Commissioner Sullivan. So that you're in good hands. I'm going to start with you, Mayor Johnson. There's been a lot of moving parts. And I remember the first time I came in from this commission in 1990 as a freshman legislator, and I was thinking, what the heck is this place and what's going on here? And so it can be a little confusing, so I want to make sure we are tracking. And it is very important to us at the commission to work with our local units of government, okay? We have preemptive power over your siting and routing, and that's our authority. We have to do that. The legislature recognized that these are important, but that doesn't mean we ignore you or we want to ignore you or try to ignore you. You are very important to us in a lot of our siting and routing dockets, particularly with large wind farms and solar farms. The counties are even named in our permits and are participants in a lot of our processes. And so we don't want you to feel that you're being left out, and I just want to make sure you kind of understand where things are at today, okay? And I'm sure you saw my decision option that comes through. I want you to be aware that's just my decision option. This is John Tuma, one of the 5 commissioners who has an idea or path forward. My friends here to the left of me can make alternatives to it. They can suggest it. They're essentially seeing it at the same time everybody else is seeing it, okay? We do not pre-consult these things. Nothing has been pre-worked out. Obviously, I work with my legal staff and Mr. Lobby to help develop it, but we are subject to the same laws that you, county council, is, the open meeting laws. And so I can't go and sit down with, Commissioner Partridge and say, here's what I'm thinking, and should I put this in or should I not? And then also what makes us unusual is we're also subject to ex parte limitations. We're like judges. So you can't call a judge up and say, Judge, when we get together in the hearing tomorrow, I want you to do this. We know that's not acceptable. I would have loved to give you a phone call and say, here's what I'm thinking. I'm so sorry how you were treated, yada, yada, yada. I can't do that. So this is my first chance to be able to talk to you and let you know what I'm thinking and why I'm bringing this forward. But it's nothing pre-decided. And nothing that I've talked to anybody. I haven't talked to the applicant. I haven't talked to anybody. These are just what I see in the record. And I wanted you to be able to at least understand what I was thinking so that you can comment on it, okay? I'll give you first my kind of worldview, big picture, and then I'll walk through the decision options because I don't want you to be guessing where I'm going, okay? What I saw when I saw the record and read through it carefully, drove through your beautiful city. Don't tell the mayor of Victoria, but if I were to choose 2 cities to live in, I would pick yours, okay? I love the downtown. It was wonderful. It was cute. I've never been to downtown Carver, so it was a new thing for me, so it was great. Had a nice cup of coffee and a sandwich there. Wonderful thing. But I have to make decisions, and so as I looked at the decisions, the tough decision I had to make where we're at, I felt that notice was still appropriate to you. I know you feel mistreated because they went and talked to Carver first, okay, and Victoria first, but didn't come to you because you had a orderly annexation agreement, okay? And I actually know them well. I'm from Bridgewater Township. Bridgewater Township 3 decades ago was the first township with the city of Northfield to develop an orderly annexation agreement. So I'm very familiar with them, understand how they work and how important they are to future city development. So that was an important thing that was missed by the applicant. So just because they met the minimum standard, okay, of notice according to our statutes, I still think there was a failure, and you'll see where I think I'm trying to redeem that as we go forward in the decision options. But my worldview was legally they met the notice requirements for the city of Carver. You've had an opportunity to participate, and now I have to make a decision that's in front of me, and I'm trying to figure out how to best move forward. So that's kind of my worldview as I look at it, and then also I think it's important to understand, when I looked at the judge's recommendations, okay, essentially she's giving me a two-part decision, okay, alternative B or the proposed route. And she's kind of eliminated C, okay, and I agree with her. Now, that's a difficult decision. When I first looked at this docket, I thought C was going to be it. It would seem like the logical way to go. But I also, because I believe it's important for us to work with, and our applicants to work with, local units of government, I don't want to undo what I think was a well-reasoned decision why not to go on the north side of that 230 kV rector set line that was built there, okay? You can't move to the south of it because we would have to take out at least one house, if not two, to do that, and it's costly to cross over those lines. And so I didn't see C getting any better, okay? So alternative C just seemed to me that we're kind of left with two decisions. And so that's kind of the worldview I'm working from. I also have some thoughts on alternative B to make it better. So that's where I'm thinking. So just walking through the decision options that I had, TUMA modified 1, okay, just so you know what it's saying is, legally, I think the ALJ was wrong. We legally have met the notice requirements, okay? What's hidden in that is that I'm essentially not changing any other part of her recommendations, and that hidden in with that is that the fact that C is no longer essentially on the table in front of me today. The proposed route is, because one of the reasons she objected to the proposed route was a lack of notice, okay? I'm moving away from that and saying I have now sitting in front of me a bifurcated decision, either alternative B or the proposed route. You can certainly disagree with me. My friends over here might still want to consider having C in some future process if we go down that road. But there's not guaranteed that we do, but I just don't think it's going to benefit me to have a C in the mix. I also want to point out that if we do go forward with the future process, I think the applicant should be working with the city and the landowners, okay, to maybe find a different route. And the township, maybe there's a different route there. I couldn't see it. I'm just working towards what is in the record, two decision options that I got to pick from. The proposed route, alternative B. That doesn't take away your ability to continue to work with the applicant to find a better path forward. I don't know if there is one. I can't see it, and I do look at these very closely, but that's why we have wise landowners who understand their own land better than we do, okay? TUMA modified 5, okay? You can, but yeah. Yeah. I just want to make sure she knows what I'm talking about. And part of that process, Mayor Johnson, is my friends will start to try to think through what I'm thinking about. So, and he's thinking through it right now. And so we're trying to process it as we go. But number 5, okay, the record is to me lacking. I'm in a difficult position because we handed out this thing on factors here. And when you look at the factors we are subject to under statute, we must consider there are several factors that we must put into place. Following existing infrastructure is an important one. And so not following C, I have to explain, why didn't I follow that existing 230 kV line? And I'm happy with what the judge said on that. But when you look at the two alternatives, it's B, which is better for land use and zoning, better for agriculture, better for vegetation. So B is better for following and paralleling existing right-of-ways, and it can even be better yet, and using existing infrastructure. Okay, the one where the proposed route is better is the reliability question and the question about how much that costs, and I have to balance those. Not any one of them is determinative, but when you're talking about a possible 30% increase in the cost of this project for ratepayers, to make it as reliable, that's a concern for me. And so I'm saying I need more information in the EA. And you, I'm sure, you've done EAs before and why they're so important. That's a critical piece of evidence in the record for you as a citizen or as the leader of your community to be able to look at, to assess and communicate to me what is going on this landscape. And so if the EA is incomplete and it doesn't have that information in it, then it's really, I'm starting to get into the arbitrary and capricious end of things, okay? And I don't want to get there. I want to make sure we make a decision that's solid. And so I'm saying I need more information in that EA on how likely is this reliability concern and what is its real costs. I don't know if I have that. And just so you know, then leads into two things that are a little bit pushing it. TUMA New B, okay? TUMA New B is basically saying, I don't have enough information. You as a city could hire an expert to look at this data on reliability, okay? And give us evidence in the record, but that's really unfair. I need to know this information. And so what I'm asking in TUMA B is to hire a independent expert in this area. And I'll go into a little bit more detail with the applicant of why I'm thinking that, but that is pushing it a little bit. This is a short line, okay? It is a pinch point that we're dealing with here that is clearly a concern for your community and for several landowners. And this reliability question of how important that reliability question is really balances against the alternative B, which looks like a better route on all the other factors. And so I'm asking for a, but I want you to know I am pushing the envelope. We do hire experts in these situations to do this, but this would be the first time in truly that has ever been done on this short of a line and in this situation. But I'm feeling a need for it, and so that's what TUMA New B says, okay? And then and then also the new B, the next TUMA 5A, there's 5B is, I'm asking it to be remanded to the ALJ. This is also new. The legislature passed the law about a year and a half ago that now allows us to remand a question, and we have to be very specific. That's why it's a little bit lengthy. We have to be very specific of what we're remanding back to the ALJ, and then the administrative law judge, the chief administrative law judge, can accept the remand or he can reject it. It's up to him. And then that doesn't end the process. What would happen then is we would have to do some sort of process here at the commission, typically what we call notice and comment, where we send out notice to all the landowners and affected cities. Here's the record as it stands now. Here's the new EA. Hopefully maybe a new expert's opinion on this. Please write us back comments. Now that puts a lot of onus on our staff to do a lot of extra work because ALJs, I'm sure as you experienced, they're good at bringing people together and developing a record. And so what I'm doing in 5B, which by asking it to be remanded to the ALJ is new. We've never done it before, but it is allowed by statute, and I'm trying to be very clear on what I want to get back from the ALJ. I don't want a whole new record. I just want information on this question about reliability and costs, and I also want to forewarn the landowners on alternative B that the route should actually, the alignment should actually be on the north side of Augusta Avenue. That's the logical place using our factors where it should have been placed in the first place, and the applicant should have helped the Idens and the Vogels and other folks recognize that, but they didn't, okay? And so that's where I'm at. I want you to, you're free to give your comments now if you want. You can certainly wait till later after you hear more comments. You certainly, if you need some time to consult with your staff, you can do that, and we'll take a break. I just want you to make sure you understood this. I don't know if you have any questions about what I'm proposing or what position we're in at this stage.
Mayor Johnson, that was a lot, but please feel free to provide comments now.
Commissioners, Chair, Commissioner Tuma, thank you so much. You're right, that was a lot. But I really, really, really appreciate you kind of walking me through step by step. I needed that. I can tell you all about our processes in the city of Carver, but this board is new and foreign to me, perhaps as demonstrated by I don't know how to address you correctly. So I appreciate you walking us through that. You have seen my testimony. The city of Carver has some really strong concerns because of the lack of notice that we received, which I think is identified in the administrative law judge's findings. With that, I think the direction that you are all going towards option B or revised option B is something that the city is very much behind. We discussed this at our city council meeting on Tuesday night, and route alternative B seems to really accomplish everything that we're looking to get done in keeping it out of the City of Carver's future growth area. It doesn't put us at odds with our neighboring communities, with which we have a fantastic relationship with, but I get that push and pull and that tug that you are all in. So I think that's where my head is at. I'm so appreciative of the opportunity today, and we support option B.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Iden? My first statement to you right off the get-go, and this will not surprise my friends here today, I am so sorry. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart.
Before we start, Tim Iden, farmer from Augusta, 110 years been on the land. Okay, I'm no public speaker.
And can you state your name, sir?
Timothy Iden.
Thank you.
It's on. It's green. That's good.
As long as the camera goes to you.
Whatever. I'm no public speaker. I don't want to be here. I shouldn't be here. Great River Energy told me farmers like to come and public speak. I don't think so. I'd rather be home right now. And I'm not politically correct. So if I say something, you guys are going to have to tell me, and I'll apologize immediately.
You don't have to apologize.
Because I'm beyond hot. They've lied to me, especially that man sitting right there. City of Carver got notified because we went down there and told them. And he told me, we notified the City of Carver. The city administrator at that May meeting says they never notified him.
And that, I want to tell you right off the get-go, Mr. Iden, I've read the record. I saw all your comments along these lines, and so has my fellow commissioners.
Okay.
I'm honest. I am sorry. This is not the process that this commission.
I don't want you to be sorry. I want you to do something.
We're trying to.
The same thing. The very first meeting, they had them shoelace ID tags. You know, they didn't introduce themselves. You know, right away, who are you? Who are you? Where do you live along this line? You know, and they had these, they didn't say who they were, and they had them shoelace, and their name tag is down by their crotch. I shouldn't, I gotta stay up here, I suppose. Well, what is the proper procedure? Bend over and look at their crotch to find out who they are? You know, Marcy had just a name tag stamped on there that said Marcy. You know, and then I asked Marcy at that meeting, am I wasting my time? Oh, very seldom does anything get changed. You know, she basically told me I'm wasting my time. And the more I ask these guys questions, the more they lie to me.
And that is not acceptable. And I've seen that.
I know.
And I've seen that in the record. And they're hearing it. Okay, they know that I'm not happy right now.
And I mean,
I'm trying to stay focused on going forward, and that's where I want to kind of get you past the anger. So.
Oh no! It gets worse. That whole line B is my option.
And that's what I want to talk to you about a little bit. And so.
The very first meeting, I says, why don't you just come down Kelly Avenue, go straight? It's a straight, you know, with a farmer like a fence. What are you doing, zigzagging, crossing all over the place?
So let's talk about that, because I'm trying to find a process forward. And as I was explained to the mayor, this is my idea. I'm trying to get to where it works. And I told you my worldview right now is I'm struggling with alternative B on the reliability standpoint, so I need more information. But also I struggle with it, and this was your route that you suggested, and I'm suggesting a change to that route, okay? Now, I know the landowners down there, there's a Greg and a Troy. I'm assuming some relationship to you.
Distant.
Yeah.
Same last name, distant.
So what I see on the land, okay, just what I saw and what I see from the record and the maps, okay, and then you can help me out because I'm sure you've driven down Augusta Road a few times in your day.
Yes.
What I'm seeing is the way the alignment is now, and alignments do matter, even though we give a alignment and then several feet on each side of that alignment to give the applicant a chance to adjust. I'm sitting at that corner of Jersey and Augusta, and if I were to go west in the alternative, it's one landowner on the south, the Lindgren Trust. Okay, it's not homesteaded, but you can tell me they put a lot into that property. It is.
a guy from Minneapolis moved out there, and
Whether he's from Minneapolis, or not,
I mean, he
there's a
fixed-
lot there.
Yeah,
There's-
fixed up. Yeah.
And then on the north side, there's the existing distribution line. And typically our factors say, follow the existing distribution line. It makes sense.
Right.
Now, it would impact Greg a little bit more, okay? But it makes more sense. And so I need Greg to know in the future, when we give out notices, that we might be putting it on his side of the road as opposed to wiping out all the trees in front of the Lindgren's property. And so that's, to me, makes more sense. And it's your alternative. I didn't know if there was a specific reason you had it on the south side of the road or not.
It didn't matter. I mean, I'm not a professional linesman. I don't know how to do this.
That's helpful because
I mean, all this, they're telling me what can't be looped. What the hell is looping? I don't know. And they come up with all these excuses. Well, if we come up Kelly Avenue, then we can only put 2 transformers there rather than 4.
And we're going to get to the bottom of that. That's what I would like to get to the bottom of when we do some more record development. So I understand why it's a reliability concern. But I wanted to make sure by adjusting alignment, I wasn't doing anything to offend you.
No. Like I said, I'm just a farmer. I don't know nothing about electrical lines. And they've put me in a terrible spot. I have to chase down their lies and find out they're lying to me.
They have, and again, I cannot tell you how bad I feel that is
I
happening.
mean, but they actually think they're going to pull this off yet.
Well,
this whole thing. Well, we did what was legal. I mean, legally, morally, they should have called Carver.
Yes.
I don't care
Yes.
if it's legal or not. It's morally they should have.
And we need to work through that. Now we have a
I know.
decision. We still got to make a decision, and I think the best alternatives before us is your suggested alternative B.
I withdraw that.
Alternative B.
Yes, I'm withdrawing it.
Well, why would you want to draw alternative B?
Because they didn't look at going up Juniper, and all the lines that are possible through the city of Victoria, they didn't look at.
Okay.
And I know we're out of time. And again, I don't know how to do this. I'm terribly uncomfortable in front of all these suits here.
And you're doing, you're doing
timeline-
just fine. You're doing just fine.
Timelines and everything else. I
doing-
got a farm to run. I'm not watching timelines. And again, and that's what pissed me off when they said, "Well, you find a better route then."
Well, you did.
I did, and they should be embarrassed.
And I'm not going to withdraw.
And I want to withdraw it.
No, the record is what the record is. I have to work off the record.
I blew it, and I don't know what I'm doing. I know.
No, you don't. You actually did a pretty good job. Okay, I'm just trying to get to where we're going to go forward. And at least from you have no objection if I say alternative B should be on the north side of the road.
Yeah.
Okay. Ms. Vogel.
Yes.
You've heard our conversations, and I want you to understand. I understand, according to the record, that you were part of at least your name was attached to alternative B. Okay, and I'd assume you still support going down alternative B like the city has recommended. Is that your position?
Well, yeah, it makes the most sense to me to put the line on an existing road instead of tearing through somebody's farmland. I guess there was never a mention of it going down Juniper Avenue, but that could be a good alternative as well. Following the roads instead of breaking up farmland.
Right now, I have 2 alternatives, and I have no problem if the applicant can work something out with you, the city, and doesn't. According to Mr. Iden, probably not, but there's always an alternative. But I have 2 in the record that I have to work from, and I think they're doable routes. I have a big concern about reliability, but one of the reasons I suggested moving the alternative B to the north side, the alignment. Okay, when I look at impacts on residential properties, okay, in pinch points like this, okay, and I have 2 options. I look which option has the residents that's the worst impacted, okay, or the developed property that's the worst impacted, okay. And so as I look at this record now and what I see, okay, if the route runs on the north side of Augusta Avenue, as I think is the appropriate way to do, okay, it takes a whole lot of pressure off of that Lindgren property, because if we were to go on the south side of the road, we would have to basically tear up their whole front yard and put a line within some 50 to 70 feet of their residence. If we follow the existing distribution line, We impact Mr. Greg Vogel a little bit more, or Greg Iden a little bit more.
Iden.
Yeah, but it reduces the impact, I think, overall. And so as I sit here right now, the route that has the most impacted residents on it is alternative B because of the Lindgrens. Now, if I flip that around, the sad news is, if we move it to the north side, I think the most impacted residents of all the route options that are in front of me now would be your property, the Vogel property. I've seen it. I see what you're saying. You're above ground. You're looking right across into that field. I see what you're saying. And so you would be the most impacted, and it still may be a decision we have to make down the road. But all of a sudden now, if I can move that alternative B to the north side of the road, okay, it weighs in the favor of doing alternative B. And so I just want to make sure, since your name was connected to it, and you would be the most impacted property on the proposed route and all the routes, if you had any objection or if there was some reason why you had alternative B running on the south side of the road.
Well, if you were to move alternative, the route, and I'm a little unclear, I'm sorry, I don't have any handouts here, but when you're saying Route A, or the one that runs through Iden property, you're saying? Is that correct?
Let me be a little clearer. Alternative B and the proposed route are the only two routes that we're looking at. Right? At least I think we should look at right now. My friends haven't said anything yet, okay? All the record gives us is those two routes to pick from, okay? The concern I have with is the way that alternative B is drawn in the record. Right now, the one that goes down Augusta Avenue and then down Kelly, okay? The alignment, which makes a big difference on how we value the impacts in the factors, that alignment sits on the south side of the road and it plows right through the front yard of the Lindgrens, okay? And my concern is that it should have been on the north side of the road, okay? It would have less impact, and I think would weigh better for alternative B in the long run when we look at the factors if it's on the north side of Augusta Avenue. Are we tracking?
Well, my question to you then, Commissioner, is that if it was alternative B, then would go Kelly Avenue to the north and then east on Augusta Road to...
On the north side of the road.
To Jersey. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Then it would not impact us.
It would not. But the way it's drawn up right now on the maps, I'm not liking it. I actually like the preferred route better because of the impact it has on the Lindgren property. That would be the most impacted property, all the properties, because we had to tear up their whole front yard to put the line in. And so my suggestion is, and what makes more sense to me, is that alternative B should be aligned on the north side of the road for as it goes west on from Jersey Avenue, right there where it crosses between the Lindgren Trust property and Mr. Greg Iden, okay?
Yes, we would be in favor of that.
Okay, that's I just wanted to understand that. To me, then it weighs more favorably from a residential impact to do alternative B, okay? If it's aligned on the north side and you're fine with that, okay?
Can I ask one question?
Sure can, absolutely. I want you to understand what's going on, so.
Okay, so if it does end up, and if they do end up pushing it through the Iden farm, and it would then come towards us to the north, would it then be on the north side of the road as well?
My understanding from the alignment they provided was it's supposed to be on the south side of the road when it goes on the proposed route. So it would not go through your front yard. That is the way the alignment is right now.
Right. Yeah, because if it were to go on the north side, it would be right in front of our house.
No, that's not the way.
So,
yep, you're correct.
Okay. Yeah. The aesthetics of that would be horrible. Like I've said before, the environmental impact would be terrible with all of the wildlife and that is in that area now, and you'd be destroying all those century-old hardwoods that are that are right by the railroad tracks there and going through a big slough area, which doesn't seem to be, the only advantage I can see to that is that they are saving money because they're taking the cheaper route by buying farmland versus
And we don't,
residential.
unfortunately, we don't know that for yet, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. But yes, for the proposed route would be on the south side of Augusta Avenue, okay, as proposed by the applicant. And so it would not go through your front yard, it would go in front of your front yard, okay, across the road, but not in your front yard. And then my suggestion is alternative B, actually travel going away from your property, going west along the north side of Augusta Avenue so that we don't tear up the front yard of the Lindgren property.
That's down there by Jersey. It would go by Greg Iden there, Kelly. Down to Kelly and then north. Yes, I guess if that's my alternative, B would be what we would be in favor of. However, I like Tim Iden's idea of going up, or looking at least, what Juniper Avenue would be. Has anybody looked into that?
You know, we have not have that on the record as far a decision that is in front of us today. We have two viable decisions that are very close, and so if that's an alternative that can be worked out down the road, I have no problem them coming back and asking for an adjustment, but I'm not planning towards that. We have to make a decision going forward at some point here, and we got two viable alternatives, but the lack of information. Mr. Iden, you had something you wanted
The
to add.
most impacted houses are on Hampshire Road.
I agree with you.
Not Lundgren's. That's not it. The houses on Hampshire are closer to the road than the Lundgren's.
It's fine.
Well, I mean, but that's why you're saying there's nothing, but there is.
It's the line is on the other side of the road. Okay, if it's in the Lundgrens and it's going through their front yard, that's
not L.B. Sharon's. It cuts through his woods on the west side.
just the west side of his woods. Yes,
and that's right next to his house.
So we can disagree on an analysis. I just see as I look at it, that Lundgren property, if you would put it on the south side of the road, would tear up their front yard.
And that was never meant to be there.
And that's what I guessed. And I just wanted to confirm that's what we're dealing with. And to me,
And they told me that day they can't put it on the north side of the road because it would impact Greg Iden's house.
well,
I know.
that's what I wanted. I want to get facts about that, and that's what I'm lacking right now. So,
One way, one house is impacted a little bit. The other way, the other house is impacted.
and that's the factors. That's the tough
I know,
decisions we
I know.
got to make. Yeah, Madam Chair, I would like to go to the applicant, but I know I've raised a lot of questions. I'm sure.
And then we need to take a break, at least a short break. Ms. Waller-Pitts, please introduce yourself and your other witness, and then you're welcome to provide whatever context you'd like right now.
Thank you, Chair Haley Waller-Pitts with Frederickson and Byron on behalf of the applicants. Here and with me is Mike Swenson with Great River Energy. We've put a lot of analysis in filings, including the filing that was made earlier this week. And I just want to reiterate, understanding the comments that have been made today, the applicants here really did make a good faith effort to engage with the public and try to find a workable route for the project. We understand this is a tight area, it's a transitional area. The application proposes a route that the applicants thought was the best route. We understand there's a difference of opinion on that, and as I think is laid out in the comments that we filed earlier this week, the applicants continue to support the proposed route, but understand that route alternative B is permittable. And at this point, given that this is a project that's needed to serve local load, what's important to the applicants today is that we would like to get a decision from the commission, whether that's the proposed route or route alternative B.
Here's my problem, Ms. Waller-Pitts, okay? I read the record. I got to the record. I got to the point where I'm reading the ALJ report, which is I typically do when I dive into this level. I've already looked at it prior. I kind of did different routes. I assumed alternative C was going to be where we were going to go, but I get why you did, and you did the right thing. You went and talked to the city of Victoria, and you worked out an understanding of what was going to go on, and so I don't want to disrupt that. And so I don't see C as a viable route this way because of actual development going on. We don't want to affect Quick Trip. We don't want to affect the other places that they've actually started platting and laying things out. So I get that. And I support the ALJ's decision on that. And so I'm reading through and I go, okay, alternative B, I'm told that by you, there's a reliability concern, okay? And the judge cited in there $8 to $10 million, cited $5 million, okay? Extra cost for alternative B. And I did the math, okay? And the math is, okay, alternative B, the actual construction, the best I can tell, is cheaper than the proposed route, and she just did her math and made an estimate. If you do the math from the record and using $8 million, it comes out to 5.6. She apparently rounded down, so I don't feel a need to change that in the record, okay? But when I went to the citation, it cites to something you filed on May 13th, okay? On May 13th, you had comments about the EA. So none of this information is in the EA, even though Mr. Hicks did the right thing and asked you to explain this reliability concern. And you sent him a whole bunch of information about, you know, why it needs to be this and that and other thing in other places, but never talked about the likelihood or the costs, okay? All that you mention in this, your filing, your comments, not your client's comments, your comments, that it was $8 to $10 million, subject to the fact that we don't know how much we're going to need, maybe 20 acres of greenfield, okay? And I'm thinking, okay, that's a concern. $8 million or $5.6 million, as I did the math from the ALJ, that's over a 30% increase to the cost of this project onto ratepayers. And I'm getting a less reliable system. But then you said, well, if we need it. Well, okay, that's what your comment said. What does she cite to say this? And I tracked down the sites, and it goes nowhere. It comes from you, okay? And so unless you have some great expertise on this area, I don't know what I can do to rely on this. And then I look into the record even further. On page 15 of the EA, it says that you're going to build a substation, and you're going to build that substation on 8.9 acres, but you're only going to use 1.5, and the equipment only sits on 0.03, a third of an acre, okay? In that substation, you are going to put a transformer and 2 breakers and a whole bunch of other facilities for almost $5 million maybe, okay? And then the transmission assets going in there cost about $2 million. This is in the EA, okay? And then I find out in the EA that a breaker station needs to sit on an 8x8 concrete pad, okay? And now I'm told that you need to have something between Victoria Station and Augusta Station, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me because I'm not an engineer. I have no engineering explanation why that is, other than there's an imbalance that we may have to do at some point in the future that could cost. Why do you need 20 acres? Why couldn't it be an existing Augusta or Victoria substation between those two if that's what you really need? There's no explanation of that. Okay, so I have a substation that you can build, distribution station for $4 million. I have transmission assets you can put into that substation for $2 million. But all of a sudden now I'm being told in your memo that it's $8 to $10 million and I need to buy 20 acres. Oh, happens to be that if I needed 20 acres in this area, it's high demand property. It's pretty expensive property. So if I wanted to inflate the value of something, what would I do? I would add more acreage I don't need. So I'm sitting here now and I try to track it down, and your late filings just basically repeated the same thing. I am left with nothing on the cost. So help me out. Where on earth did this $8 to $10 million, because I have a problem. If I select alternative B, I could be impacting landowners up to $8 million or a 30% increase in the cost of this project and giving them maybe a less reliable project, or I pick the proposed route, okay? I'm looking a little arbitrary and capricious because I really don't know what the actual reliability problem is. So did we miss something? I asked our staff, find this $8 to $10 million. Where is this number coming from? Help me out. And we can't find anything in the record other than you stating it in one comment after the EA.
Thank you, Chair Stephen, Commissioner Tuma. Commissioner Tuma, you're correct that we provided that information in response to the EA because we thought that that was useful information for the commission to have.
It was if I knew where it came from. That's the problem I'm having right now.
Yep, and that's the estimate from the subject matter experts at the applicants. And I
You
think
cite no subject matter expert. There is no citation to any subject matter expert. There's no citation to any breakdown of it, why it was $8 to $10 million, no citation whatsoever. And bringing it at this time, when it should have been put into the EA when it was asked for by Mr. Hicks, is what's causing your problems right now.
Can I ask a question that is argumentative?
Isn't that what we've been doing?
As long as it's not about the Packers, we'll be okay.
They're going to be good. That's a true statement. But one of the things that kind of vexes me about the cost thing is they're a co-op. They're not rate regulated. So why is it? I mean, if they say they can do it, it seems like they've said they can make Route B work. And there's a cost issue, but we don't regulate their ratepayers, nor should we.
And that's a good point. And here's my problem with that, is that I don't rate regulate them, but the factors specifically say I need to consider cost and reliability of the system down the road. So it really is a reliability question. I have something along the lines of a reliability concern. I don't know how reliable it's going to be because I don't want to have to build some infrastructure on Xcel's line down the road or some other line because the lack of reliability. And so I have to take into account the factors specifically says not only the cost of the facility, but the cost of operation. And so that's where I'm feeling a huge deficit. I think I see Commissioner Wickwan, he knows better than I do this stuff, so I'll let him. He's anxious to get in. So.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Stephen. I have a question to applicants. So in the beginning, when you waiving off EA requests from our staff, what kind of a NERC reliability requirement did you consider, and then what is a potential violation under that?
Chair Stephen, Commissioner Hum, thank you for the question. I am going to bring up some help to answer that question.
Welcome to the discussion. Please state your name for the record.
We're saying we're angels fear the truth.
My name is Nick Goter. I work for Great River Energy. I'm a transmission planning engineer. So your question, Commissioner, of NERC reliability issues. So there was no NERC reliability issue with any of the proposed routes or route alternatives in this case. There was a slight advantage to our proposed route in terms of the amount of load exposure that could be reduced on the transmission circuit. So although from a NERC standpoint, all of the routes would be acceptable, local planning criteria that we have and a lot of other transmission owners have sort of look to how much load in terms of megawatts that you serve on a circuit, and if you can reduce the amount of megawatts, then it means the impact of an outage on that circuit is going to be less. So I said the biggest advantage in terms of reliability will be building the new distribution substation, because that will provide enhanced reliability to all the end users for Minnesota Valley Electric Cooperative members. But the proposed route allowed us to add that bus tiebreaker to split the transmission circuit, and that just was an enhanced reliability in terms of can we, reduce the number of distribution endpoints on a circuit by splitting it in two, and also reduce the amount of megawatt lost through an outage.
Okay, so given what you just said, there'll be no known NERC reliability violation with alternate route B
Correct.
at this point, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay, good. So now about uneven loading issue with the one contingency. Which load will have that negative impact if you don't build that switch station?
So, I mean, the effect of an outage if we didn't have any sectionalizing, so no breaker, would mean that at any point on that transmission circuit between West Waconia and Scott County, which is where the breakers are currently, any fault on that line would trip those breakers and would be an outage of all of the distribution substations. By splitting it, I mean, it would mean that we'd have to have an east outage or a west outage, and that would only affect half the number of end users for Minnesota Power.
My question is, which company's load will be harmed from it? Because we need to know that, because if it will harm Xcel Energy load, yes, it's a different issue.
Yeah, so all the Xcel Energy load is on the east side. So the eastern circuit, if we were to split at Laketown, so everything from Laketown back to the circuit towards Scott County, that would have the highest impact of an outage, because it would lose the Xcel Energy loads as well as the half, roughly, of Minnesota Valley.
Okay, so Min Valley load will be harmed potentially under that circumstance, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's a circumstance of if an outage were to occur. So, adding a breaker doesn't reduce the likelihood of an outage. It just means the effect will be lessened.
No, I mean, that's why I'm trying to say that without that breaker station, which load will get potential harm, you guys claim, when you are waiving off that alternate route B?
Well, with alternative route B, if we were to add a breaker.
No, without adding breaker.
Then we'd be in the same point as we are today, in terms of all of the load on that circuit is going to be affected by a fault.
So are you saying that there'll be no incremental harm, but it will reduce potential benefit of building this line?
So, I mean, the potential increase in harm would be more load on the circuit, more megawatts.
Okay.
So repeat the question, sorry.
Okay, so the reason I'm asking this is, once again, we want to make sure that if this alternate route B is selected, Xcel Energy customers shouldn't be incrementally harmed from it. But based on your conversation, there will be no incremental harm to the Xcel Energy customer.
Yeah, I would say Xcel Energy customers would be in pretty much the same position they are today.
Okay, so thank you. Along the line of a question, I'll discuss a little bit about cost issue. So under your proposed route, preferred route, what is your current cost allocation agreement between GRE and Min Valley? Min Valley will own that new substation, and GRE will own and operate that transmission line. Under that circumstance, who's paying what and who is going to pay later to the others?
Chair Stephen, Commissioner Hom, thank you for the question. We have the cost breakdown in the application, and I'll find it here in a second. I'm going to need to ask someone from the company about the going forward piece.
I don't need the exact number. I want to compare that with, if you go with alternate route B, what will be a potential change in the cost allocation?
We may need a minute to discuss that if we could.
Yeah, in that case, will the Xcel Energy customer will bear any cost of it?
Feeling real confident right now.
Chair Stephen, Commissioner Hom, I don't think any of us at the table know, but we have folks in the room that I can talk to here in a minute.
Okay, thank you.
We're going to take a break. The commission will stand in recess for 10 minutes and come back at 11:40.
Okay, you'll be okay.
I can't stay here all day. You know, if you need me anymore, otherwise I'm leaving.
The commission will come back from its recess, and Commissioner Tuma, we're going to keep moving towards a resolution here. So I know there are other people that want to speak too, but can you give us like a sense of what you think, where we're headed, and kind of like who we need to hear from your estimation to continue to make a decision today on next steps?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I think we're in a bad position because the EA, which is a document that we rely on heavily in our decisions, and it's no fault of Mr. Hicks by any means. I think your EA was very good. You asked the right question. It's up to the applicant to provide the right information for us to make a decision. And when they throw in a reliability concern that could be a 30% increase at the last minute without giving a satisfactory explanation so that we as commissioners can make a decision is problematic. And so I think at this stage, Madam Chair, we cannot make a decision between alternative B as suggested by the ALJ or the proposed route without getting a supplement to the EA. And then I feel that it's best because, as we've seen, there is a lot of desire to give input here, and that's what ALJs do, and they do well. And my feeling is that we should remand it to the ALJ. We have that authority now, and that let the ALJ put the record together as opposed to notice and comment, because we have lots of applications, okay, that are coming in front of us, and to slow our staff down to do a notice and comment and try to get a record together with this kind of input that we're getting so far is going to be really hard. And that's what ALJs do well. And I think we can narrow the question down to these two routes and narrow it down so that we're talking about these reliability questions. And we can ask Xcel. That's one of the questions I asked the ALJ in my thing is ask Xcel what's going on here so that we can hear from them and we understand the complexity of this decision and understand better what is an estimate of the costs of this reliability concern and how likelihood is it? Is it a data center comes in there, it's going to kick on, or is it going to be 5 townhouses above what the city of Carver was planning? Okay, I don't know that, and the record doesn't tell me that, and I can't make a decision, I think, unless the EA is supplemented to do that. So that's what I'm trying to think through. That's why I put the decision option together the way I did, was to get more information. I think it's valuable to have an independent expert. I'm willing to hear what your guys' feeling is on that. I certainly think it would be beneficial for us. And so I think the decision option I put together accomplishes what we need to do so that the citizens have a chance to still get input in. And we also can let the people who are on alternative B, we saw this. Remember the Potter situation in the Xcel line where we picked the alternative that the landowner suggested and then the other landowners had no clue. They're probably sitting there, it's alternative B and there's an alternative A ahead of me and they're the proposed route. I think they need to be forewarned. This is serious. It's these two routes. And so that's why I put the decision option together. I think it allows a better record to be developed. It allows the EA to be supplemented. And so that's my thinking. The only question I would have for the applicant is I think we can get that done by January through the ALJ. We can ask them. I put in my decision option to get a report back from the ALJ by, I would think, January 31st, given the fact that you're not starting this project okay, until 2027, I would think having a decision from an ALJ by end of January and a decision from us early winter would be more than enough time. I know it's not what you want, okay, but it would seem to me that if that is the time frame, you could do that, giving ourselves a chance to get some more input.
Ms. Waller-Pitts.
Thank you, Chair Sieben. If I'm just want to circle back to the question that we ended on before the break and make sure that I can answer Commissioner Ham's question, if I may, and then turn to the schedule piece, if that's all right. Mm-hmm. So conferred with the folks at Great River Energy, and bear with me on my terminology here, but as I understand it, both the proposed route and route alternative B are in a joint pricing zone with Xcel. So both projects will have some cost to Xcel, incremental costs, right? And the cost to Xcel will be based on the final cost of the project. So where we sit today with route alternative B being a lesser cost right now than the proposed route, that would be how that's shared with Xcel. And then with respect to the timing and the record supplementation, we addressed this in our filing earlier this week, and in the applicant's view, the EA does accurately represent the costs of the proposed route.
I know that's your view. That wasn't my question. I don't think it does. Okay, so my question was, if I ask for more EA information, okay, and I ask it to be done by an ALJ, if we get an ALJ report by end of January, is that more than enough time for your client to get their job done if they're not going to start construction until 2027?
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Tuma, thank you for the question. We did talk about this, and as our comments noted, there is some flexibility in the schedule with respect to the proposed route right now. The same is not true for route alternative B, because route alternative B requires interconnection to Xcel, right? And that process takes time. And so we have some real concerns if we're going to have more process. If there's an ALJ report at the end of January, then probably we're looking at a decision in March or April, right? That's 5 or 6 months from today, right? That's pushing that off.
Why can't you ask Xcel now? I mean, that's part of the problem. That's why I asked you to put in there, and you said you didn't need to ask them. That's what your response said. You didn't need to ask them. Okay, that's what I read. Maybe I'm reading it wrong. You said you didn't need to ask them. Now you're telling me it's a problem. Okay, this is a little exasperating. That's what I wanted the process to include Xcel, so that we get the question out to them right away, and we know when we get to the decision, it is set, so that we can actually make a logical decision between alternative B, knowing the reliability concerns, knowing Xcel's concerns, versus the proposed route.
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Tuma, thank you. Yes, with respect to the Commission's process, understand the interconnection process I was referencing is the separate process, right, to formally request to interconnect to Xcel facilities that occurs separately from the Commission process.
We would know more about that in the EA, which we don't have right now, because you didn't put it in the EA. So, Madam Chair, I see where the discussion is going. I don't know what your feelings are. I think we need more process, and I think it best that an ALJ do it, just because it is already coming to be problematic, and it's going to end up looking a lot like the Potter-Rosa situation if we don't get the EA out, or get the ALJ out there and have a process to get input. That's how I was thinking.
Commissioner Tuma or Commissioner Partridge.
Thank you, Chair Sieben. So I want to just take us to a higher level, which is that there is an extreme amount of controversy around 4 miles of transmission. And it seems like the level of controversy and the issues that are before us are disproportional to the size of this line. And it is something that I think needs to be worked out, that I don't think that there's enough in the record. I know Commissioner Tuma has done the math on it. We're talking about an estimate. I don't know if this is public. I can't remember if any of this was trade secret, but $10 million different on either side of your estimated cost for B is very significant. And while you are not rate regulated, it could have implications for other ratepayers. And I think that there needs to be more record development about it and about the reliability implications. In my opinion, the most important thing in Commissioner Tuma's proposed decision options is 5BE, which is that I think you need to work more closely with landowners and local units of government to come up with 4 miles that will work for everyone. That's all I'll say is that I understand that you can't make everybody happy, and I want landowners to understand that these are critical pieces of infrastructure that serve your community with reliable electricity. So it is not, you know, there are trade-offs. We want to accommodate your needs as much as possible, but we also have to have these pieces of infrastructure so that you have lights and air conditioning in stores. And so we want everybody to work together to find a workable solution. And I don't see that here. And I think there are too many unknowns. I don't agree that we have the information we need to go with alternative B. So I support additional record development, and I really encourage the applicant to work closely with landowners, and I encourage landowners to please work collaboratively. I understand that you're frustrated about the process that came before, but I really ask that we all work together now going forward to come up with a solution that everybody can live with, and to ensure that we are serving customers with reliable, adequate electricity in your community. And so I support Commissioner Tuma's proposal.
And just to be clear, I know there are other people online that want to speak and address the matter, but if we move forward with the process or the further record development that Commissioner Tuma is outlining, then there will be further time and consideration for folks who are concerned to weigh in with the OAH or the CAH as it's now decided. So
I agree with you. There's not a final decision that's made.
Right. There's not a final decision that's being made. And so we could spend another couple hours listening to folks talk about the different alternatives. But if we're moving forward with Commissioner Tuma's new 5B, which makes sense to me based on what we've heard today and review of the record, like, I think we can keep moving it forward at this time. Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Stephen. Yeah, I agree that I think we need to develop the records. Can I ask a couple of questions to the applicants for the facts? Is this project in the 2023 biennial transmission line report, or will it be in the 2025?
Commissioner Hom, just give me one moment, please.
Along the line also, is it in the MISO MTAP?
Yes, it's in MTEP and in the 2025 biennial.
So it'll be in the 2025 biennial transmission line project report, which will be filed in November 1st.
Yes, I believe so.
Is it going to be in the MTAP 2025, or is it already in the MTAP in 2024?
I believe it was added in MTEP 2024. It's already in MTEP.
Okay, so certain record is already developed in the MTAP 2024 then. Can you supplement that in when we are developing these records? Whatever you provide to the MISO, engineering study and everything, because as Commissioner Tuma is frustrated with, we have a claim, but we do not have evidence here. So if you have provide any engineering information to MISO for the MTAP 2024, why can't you just provide that information in your upcoming record development?
Yeah. The information provided as part of MTEP was the addition of the load.
You cannot just give MISO with a picture. You have to have engineering information given to them so they can incorporate into their MTAP 2024 evaluation, right?
Yes, we provided them with the model data, the addition of the load, the amount of megawatts, and and the report stating there's no NERC issues associated with that.
That's what I meant. Can you provide that as evidence?
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan.
I think I'm a little out of sync with where things are going. I'm not going to die on the hill, but I just want to ask the company is there a reliability issue with alternative B?
Chair Stephen, Commissioner Sullivan, I think you heard Mr. Goder say that no, both route alternatives are reliable. The proposed route presents some reliability benefits as compared to route alternative B, but both alternatives are reliable.
So like, I did hear it, and that's why I just want to be really clear. Like, I think their record is sufficient right now to make a decision to order alternative B. I don't think that the cost issue, we don't regulate GRE, and it's not our ratepayers that are going to be impacted if there is a cost increase or there is cost. So, yeah, but let me finish the point. So from my perspective, I think, the environmental assessment, said this was a viable alternative, and I think we could do it. But I'm not gonna die on the hill. But I think it's imperative that we get infrastructure built, and that's where my head is at. But I'm not gonna die on the hill. Commissioner Hom,
Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Stephen. I think according to applicant, it'll be Xcel Energy GRE joint pricing zone. So Xcel Energy customer will bear any incremental cost.
And that's the information I just don't have, Commissioner Sullivan. I just don't have it. And to make a decision, I think right now in selecting either one of the two routes puts me clearly in arbitrary and capricious. So if you're wanting to get this built quickly, okay, it's not going to get built quickly if it ends up in district court or in the Court of Appeals. And that's the part that really bothers me about how we got to where we're at, is that they had an opportunity to supplement the record. They didn't do it. They didn't answer the question they should have answered. It's not our fault that this is not going forward. It's their fault for trying to bring up $8 million out of the blue to try to force us to go towards the preferred route. Okay, and that's the problem that I have right now. Is it's not a record that I feel confident it would hold up. I've seen this with several times where the courts have sent it back and say, no, you should have had this in the EA. It's not in the EA. That's what the courts will look for, and right now it's not in the EA.
And to further bolster that point, if we send it back to the CAH now to correct this deficiency, hopefully it will provide clarity to the applicants and to the public, the participating townships and cities, and then hopefully the record will come back to us with more support and we'll feel more confident than selecting the route. So that's why I'm supportive of Commissioner Tuma's direction that he's headed as well. I know that Dahlgren Township really wants to comment. You're welcome to say something briefly, but we're trying to move forward on a decision here, which will give you more opportunity, I think, to weigh in. But please state your name for the record and briefly provide your comments.
My name is Jeff Thompson. I'm on the Dahlgren Township Chair. I guess it's a little frustration at this point that there was a public comment period. My hand's been raised. I wasn't asked to speak at that point when it was more appropriate to be commenting. I'm trying to keep up with what's going on here. I don't even know what an ALJ is that you're recommending, but I think if I read it right, you're going to go to more public comment and more. The Dahlgren Township has not been notified of any of these different option Bs and As and Cs, whatever they all are. I mean, we've kind of been kept in the dark after the original deal. We weren't even really aware that Carver County or the city of Carver was not notified properly in this. So, so we're kind of been in the dark on this whole thing and feel a little frustrated.
Yeah,
So
join
I
the
guess
crowd, Mr. Thompson. I appreciate your comments, and we will make sure that our staff, Mr. Lobby, has your contact information. I know you've been emailing him and in touch with him. He'll send you an explanation of next steps for the township's involvement and help get you in touch with any other party that you want to. So thank you for providing your comments here today, and we appreciate you participating in our process here. Commissioner Tuma, would you make a motion?
Madam Chair, I would move decision option. Get them in front of me. I got all my notes all over the place. Tuma modified 1. Tuma modified 5. I would move Tuma new 5A, Tuma new 5B, and I would put in there to request that the ALJ give us a report by January 31st.
Commissioner Tuma, I think we need to hear from the applicant about the independent engineering consultant. Or did we? Did we hear?
We haven't talked about it extensively.
I just am worried about the timing of having the independent engineering consultant and still meeting the time frame that was laid out in B. So not that in 5B.
I would look, Madam Chair, first to EIP, whether they think it is of value, because they're going to be one supplementing the record.
Wait, we're putting you on the spot.
Sorry. I did it so that our staff didn't have to play engineer.
And the idea is, again, sorry, because we're just, I mean, I know we got it a little bit, but because we don't normally do this.
Right.
Tell us what the independent engineering consultant would analyze the reliability concerns of the different route alternatives.
So the record will be supplemented with information provided by them in the EA. And I just want to have an independent.
By GRE in
by
the
GRE,
EA.
yep. And then I just want an independent engineer. They exist. It's not a complicated task. Just to do a check and look at it, because I'm not an engineer. And to say, yes, this is a concern, and yes, this is a fair, reasonable estimated cost. I just don't have that in the record.
And who hires the independent engineer?
They would hire it.
GRE does and
GRE
selects
does,
it.
but then the executive secretary would be the one that would approve it. And
Okay.
the record would be supplemented with that information.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioner Tuma. Logan Hicks. I did the environmental assessment, as you guys know. So I would prefer not to do any engineering, analysis. If I had my druthers, I would say that I would prefer somebody. If I don't know if we have anyone in house to do it, or if we have to hire a third party. Then I would prefer a third party engineer to do that analysis, and then we can have them put that in the record, because as I'm not an electrical engineer, so.
Yeah, I'm not either. But just wanted to make sure that this wouldn't slow anything down any more than necessary, and that those timelines are the judge can help figure out the timeline of the hiring of the independent engineer, I assume.
Well, I would hope that the applicant would do that, and that just present something to the ALJ and the executive secretary, and then the executive secretary will sign off on it. These people exist, okay? They're not unknown to them, and so I just want someone to know that we're asking an opinion of them regarding whether the information is accurate.
And Ms. Waller-Pitts, your opinion or support of TUMA 5A?
Thank you, Chair Sieben. I think, like we put in our comments earlier this week, not supportive of that option because of the timeline issue. I think we have very qualified people in-house who have already looked at this. If the commission is going to require supplementation of the record, we have qualified people that can do that and stick to the time frame.
But to answer the question, there are qualified people out there that can do an independent result, and they can get us information because it's not that complicated, and they could get it to us well before the end of January.
Commissioner Tuma, I don't know. We haven't looked into that. I can't speak to who that might be or what the timeline might be.
We've been around this enough to know they exist, but that's okay.
Okay. Any other concern or questions about 5A? Commissioner, or something else, Commissioner Hom?
Is there something else?
Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Stephen. I think I repeatedly told many developers and applicants, and I think other commissioners too. I think applicants, you should treat people who's potentially hosting these infrastructure with respect. And we request you to be a community member when you are showing up at the meeting, not as somebody showing up from the town and nothing to do with it. You have to treat these potential folks as your neighbors. I am very disappointed with the outcome on this issue because what I heard based on the record, I don't think people in that area was not respected. So I hope this second chance you are hopefully fixing that and then develop the good record so we can make a good decision on it.
Okay, Commissioner Tuma, is the motion clear? Any further discussion on the motion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion prevails. Thank you, everyone, for your participation in that, and we'll see it back here later. Do we need a quick break before we do SIMPA?
Yes.
Item 4?
I do. Quicker, do you want to do lunch or? I could do lunch.
Okay. It sounds like we're going to.
30 minutes. It'll
Third-
take a while for them to clear the room too, so let's do lunch.
We're going to take a lunch break before we take up the next item. I apologize to the SIMPA folks who are probably waiting. So we'll come back at 1:45. The commission stands in recess. Apologies for the delay. The commission will come back from its recess and take up item number 4. Mr. Stolfus, please introduce the item.
Thank you, Chair. Item 4 is docket number ET9/RP-24-356 in the matter of Southern Minnesota Municipal Power Agency's 2025 to 2039 Integrated Resource Plan. The issues before the Commission are: should the Commission accept SIMPA's 2025 to 2039 IRP, and should the Commission adopt the Department of Commerce's June 26, 2025 recommendations? Parties have been informed that they'll have 3 minutes to address the decision options or make any clarifying remarks if they would like to. The parties in this case are SIMPA and the Department of Commerce. And that's all I have, but I'm available for questions.
Will the parties please come forward? Welcome. Please state your name for the record, and then go ahead and provide comments.
I am Joe Hoffman, Chief External Affairs Officer for Southern Minnesota Municipal Power.
Becca Schmitz with SIMPA, Manager of Planning and Analysis.
Good afternoon, Jeremy Sutton, Southern Minnesota Municipal Power Agency. Just to open up, Chair, Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to be here. Thank you for the staff. It's been a great opportunity to have this. The flexibility we appreciate as well. We had some key retirements that I came in as well. I've been there a year and a half now. We had some pregnancies, and it was great to work with staff to be able to move around and understand our limitations as a small organization. So it's much appreciated. With that, I can just jump right in with a few, probably 30 seconds of opening comments. We did have some uniqueness with this IRP iteration. We had a member that was still deciding whether they wanted to stay or not and doing their due diligence with their studies. Fortunately, they did come online, but it was too late in the process with key members out as well. So we did try to put that in there and put a placeholder with our 25% large load edition. And then since then, knowing that this is a snapshot in time of a document, we continually update it, and we've run those and appreciate the opportunity to provide those updates. And the other thing that I think is unique with this IRP is choosing a plan. We have our internal goals, and our board is very proud of those goals as well, to be 80% renewable by 2030. And we thought that it was prudent to, there's so many things moving in the industry right now with MISO regulations that we're trying to wrap our arms around, with the carbon-free standard that's come out now, as well as pricing inputs that we're seeing now and pricing pressure, that we maintain that goal, and there'll be time with our next iteration of our IRP to address those. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And for the department.
Thank you, Chair Sieben. This is Peter Teglin for the department. Dr. Lieb intends to deliver some opening remarks, but unfortunately was pulled away by a family emergency that may take a few minutes to resolve.
Okay, so are you comfortable with the comments that were submitted in the record, though? And we can go ahead.
We are comfortable with the comments submitted in the record. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Questions for the parties from commissioners? Commissioner Sullivan.
Thank you, Chair Sieben. I mean, first of all, I've reviewed the record, and I appreciate the work that SIMPA has done in putting together a thoughtful resource plan. You know, I two questions. One is that the least cost alternative is quite a bit. I mean, it's a pretty significant delta in price between that and the company's preferred plan. And I'm just wondering if you could just speak to that a little bit. I think that would be helpful.
Yes, thank you, Chair Sieben, Commissioners. The least cost alternative plan did have us purchasing a large portion of RECs. And that's why the baseline is so cheap. And then going forward, the next base case to our chosen case, it really is the price of renewables right now and the pressure that we're getting from MISO on looking forward in 2032 their report has just basically 0% to 2% capacity credit for solar. So that's what really pushed that for us to have. And then with the direct loss of load that we see coming in 2027 and 2028, really put price pressure on those items.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that concern. Another question I had is that, I mean, I don't know all. I know that initially Rochester and Austin were going to kind of pull out of SIMPA. It's nice to see that Austin has wanted to be back a part of the Joint Action Agency and the value that that brings. I mean, I don't know any of the story or not, but I'm curious, has there been any discussion that Rochester would also?
Thank you for the question, Chair, Commissioners. Right now, there has been no talks of Rochester rejoining. They're doing a very similar process that we're doing now, identifying their renewables they need. They have an internal goal to be 100% renewable by 2030, and they're going on that path. And I know that they've been in the paper recently for looking to see if now is the right time because of those same cost pressures that we're seeing. So they're reevaluating that now and actually putting a survey out. So I think they're a little further down the path. Austin was in a different space that they don't do any of their power supply on their own. So they went out, looked at other joint action agencies. They looked at doing it on their own, and the analysis came back that SIMPA was the best decision. So to answer the question, we have no indication that Rochester is going to move on that at this time.
Okay. Those were the just major questions I had. And
Commissioner Hahn.
Thank you, Chair Stephen. So I think it's a familiar topic. Do you have any contact from data center developer in your members area? And do you have any concerns serving those if anybody contact you?
Chair, Commissioners, yes, we have had our members, they've been contacted by not just data centers, we've had some large load additions, some green hydrogen for fertilizer. We've had all those. We have not had one come to fruition yet, but we've got to the point of actually starting to study those items. And I think the concerns for us are really about debt security for those large projects. We're used to as utilities of putting iron in the ground or signing long-term, as we said, 25 to 35-year PPAs with organizations, and we want that security, that debt security for ourselves. A little easier when it's a member community or a town. A little more difficult when it is a subsidiary of a Google or Meta. So
Okay.
those are really our concerns about protecting our other members.
Okay, thank you. In case there is any significant involvement in that area, I think you understand that you have to inform Commission as under the change of circumstance.
We understand that.
Okay, thank you. And the next question is about, are you familiar with the Green Step Cities initiative among many Minnesota cities? PCA and Minnesota Department of Commerce are leading state agency helping our city to be sustainable cities. And among those best practice, the best practice number 6 is about having energy plan and climate change plan. If you're familiar with, how are you guys incorporating that into your resource plan? Because your member should be addressing that issue through you guys.
Chair, Commissioner, I am familiar with that program, partly from my time as a city administrator in a previous life. You raise an interesting challenge for all joint action agencies. Each of our members has their own local priorities. However, they recognize the benefit of coming together to build generation transmission. And so each member has some flexibility on making their own decisions as it relates to their own sustainability goals. But I guess the short answer would be if there's a way that we could help a member with that Green Step process, we certainly would. But they do have some flexibility in deciding where they go based upon percent renewable or sustainability or other investments in that area.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Sullivan.
Thank you, Chair Sieben. I did have a question for the department regarding, hi, Dr. Lieb. I had a question for the department regarding the decision options that they were interested in particular decision option 4. It seems very reasonable, to have the SIMPA, do more analysis of energy storage, grid flexibility. I'm curious if there's anything more that, if you want to put any more kind of color around that and flesh that out a little bit.
Sure.
I just think that might be helpful too for the record. I mean, I think that SIMPA already does a pretty significant amount of demand side you have to do a lot of DR and do a good job with their DSM programs, and I think you're probably watching storage as well. So if there's anything more in particular, I think that could be helpful for the future.
Sure. Sydney Leib for the Minnesota Department of Commerce. Thank you for the question, Chair Sieben, Commissioner Sullivan. So the department is supporting 1 through 5, as noted in the briefing papers. Decision option 4 is specifically to look at, as the company's moving towards CFS compliance, we appreciate that they put together a plan that brings on more renewables as Sherco is retiring. But we want to ensure that they're also making sure that they're building into their modeling medium and long duration storage. Partially because, as they noted, there's not as much capacity accreditation on the solar resources from MISO, so we want to make sure that we're also looking at these medium and long duration storage resources. When they're modeled, they need to be modeled appropriately, making sure that their useful life is not just using lithium-ion battery assumptions, but using whatever the technology vendor is assuming for a useful life, for charging behavior, and I think we also want to see, in addition to the really traditional demand flexibility, looking at coordinated distributed resources, and just looking at more solar and storage, more grid enhancing technologies. This is in southern Minnesota, where we may not be getting the full value out of our renewables if they're curtailed or congested. So making sure that we're getting the full value out of those things. And I think this is going to be a theme you'll see from the department across all of our resource plan analyses, that as we're looking at driving towards compliance with the CFS as an additional constraint, we want to make sure that we're looking at all the resource types that could potentially drive towards that, as opposed to just looking at traditional renewables.
Well, that's helpful for me. I appreciate it that that's what the department is looking at. I hope that's helpful for the company too, to hear, what additional thinking that the department has around that. So I don't have anything further. And
Chair Sieben.
Commissioner Partridge.
Thank you. I guess I'm still somewhat confused about what I think that decision option number 4 is perfectly fine, and I assume that SIMPA would be happy to continue to follow technological advancements. But I did see that scenario P5 through 7 did look at battery storage technologies, so I wasn't sure if you had more specific guidance, if those scenarios weren't capturing something that you felt like needed to be studied. I wasn't quite clear on what the additional recommendation was. And maybe if you all are clear on it, it's okay for me to continue to be confused, but
Yes, Chair, Commissioners, we are looking into that, and I think one of the things that we look at as well that we're trying to grasp, as we don't own a battery storage project yet, we've partnered with Pacific Northwest National Laboratories, and they're actually did a study for us that they're going to present to us September 11th, and they're looking at all of not just the LMP value of it, but they're looking at dispatches. They placed it in Grand Marais and said, okay, well, how does this impact reliability? And more of those intrinsic things than just the LMP. So we're looking forward to the results of that study and looking how a battery could better fit into our system.
Okay, that's good.
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Partridge, I think that's the type of thing we want to see. We just want to have it written down as a requirement for the next plan, that as they're learning more about those resources, that the assumptions and the modeling constraints are changing over time to make sure that because these are evolving resources, the assumptions for how they interact in the overall generation profile are going to change as we learn more about how they're dispatched, how they store, what their useful life is, what the cost curves look like. And then I think we want to see, again, I think looking at storage is important, but other emerging resources as they're coming on, we also want to make sure that there's clear direction to consider something beyond traditional renewables.
Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Stephen. So this is just for food for thought for the next round of your IRP. I think you have some of the backup with the small natural gas unit or the diesel unit. Diesel unit also has a fuel supply constraint, which is very similar to 4-hour battery. So I think that give a little more thought on considering battery in hybrid form, battery plus renewable in the co-location, or even the, hopefully it might also improve this accreditation process. So I think those hybrid unit or co-location unit can get the more benefit. But I think you may need to give a little more thought because in terms of economics, there's a renewable plus battery still cheaper even without PTC based on what I saw in the 2025 report. So I think hopefully you can give a lot of thought on that to make sure that diesel is not necessarily reliable backup because you have to provide the backup fuel plus also, I don't know whether it is subject to air permit limits because we have seen this kind of significant concern in many parts of the U.S. when they are hosting data center, they're using backup diesel, they are facing this challenge. So I think in next round of the ILP, you may want to give a more thought on more creative battery storage device, including hybrid and co-locations.
I have a few more questions if you have time. Thank you, Chair Sieben. So first of all, I wanted to say that thank you for sharing this plan, and I really appreciated your explanation for how you selected your preferred plan and the way that you balanced some of the risks associated with, I can't remember what the P1, the base case there, and then the one you ultimately selected, P3. And I think that this is a really important point. You say, of course, you're looking at your 80% carbon-free goal, but you're also looking at the REC market. And I think that's so important that we all understand that the REC market will move and that we need to consider that a risk, and any over-reliance can put ratepayers at risk. So I think you did an excellent job, and you also focused on providing that physical asset to hedge against LMP prices. So overall, I thought this was really great. I have a couple nitpicky questions for you, but wanted to first say, I just have nitpicky questions. But substantively and overall, generally, this is excellent. So thank you. One of the questions I had for you is on the base case assumption for the externalities. I saw that you all were still using the commission's values from 2017. I'm guessing that's just a matter of timing and regulatory lags around when you started planning versus when the new values were approved, but maybe you could speak to that and whether you'll be using updated values for the next IRP.
Thank you for the question, Chair and Commissioners. That is absolutely the case. Yes, it was more of a timing issue to gather that data. And like I said, with the retirements and some of our absences within the organization, it was just best for us to use that data, and we fully will use the updated data in the next one.
Okay, thanks. The other question I had is around energy efficiency, and I saw the forecast and understand that as codes change and those baselines change, the potential per measure of the different measures that you deploy through your DSM programs, the savings will go down. I am wondering if you looked at increasing electrification of heat and heat pump deployment, if that was embedded within these numbers to see what the savings potential will be as you deploy heat pumps, as your members deploy heat pumps, for you all to start claiming additional savings for perhaps some weatherization work. And we'll just note that that's an area of interest for me, and we've talked about it in multiple dockets where to date, electric utilities really haven't been able to go all in on weatherization because you haven't traditionally been the primary heating provider. And it has left some customers in our state without the access to rebates and weatherization services. And so one of the opportunities I see as heat pumps are deployed across the state is for electric utilities to really take on a greater role in helping to insulate people's homes to provide them increased comfort and bring their utility bills down. And so I just wanted to make that point and know if you had kind of worked that into these numbers, and if not, if you would consider doing that for the next IRP.
Chair Sieben, Commissioners, as you know, SEMPA is very proud of our DSM program. We think we were out there doing it before a lot of other people were. Just last year, we received Energy Star's Partner of the Year Award, which we were very happy about. We have ESRs, Energy Service Representatives, that are deployed in our member communities, which is a huge benefit for our very small members as well, to have energy professionals come out and work with residents and businesses. We're very excited about air source heat pumps. We are working directly with contractors in those member communities. We're part of the collaborative here in Minnesota as well. I can't speak specifically to what kind of projections we have in our DSM numbers for air source heat pumps, but we are expecting that to be a growing opportunity. And we're definitely encouraging our members and their customers to take advantage of that. And I'll just mention personally, I'm in that crux right now as I need to replace the air conditioning on my house, and I'm running the numbers on air source heat pumps. And I think we can do better to notify the public about what those opportunities are.
Great. Well, thank you. And yeah, I also, like I said, I hope that as you do more heat pump deployment, you'll also consider, taking on a greater role in weatherization as well. Because like I said, I do think that you run good programs, and I know that that's been an area where you really haven't been able to play a greater role. So I'm hoping that this is really a win-win for customers and for SEMPA to be able to kind of step in a bigger way and help customers to insulate and air seal their homes. So I don't think I had any additional questions, and I can turn it over to anyone who has questions, or I can make a motion.
Why don't you go ahead with a motion, Commissioner Partridge?
Okay, excellent. So I move decision option, let me just take my highlighted version so I don't say the wrong thing, sorry. Okay, I move decision option 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Is there any discussion of Commissioner Partridge's motion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the motion prevails. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Brown-Huss, welcome. Please introduce item number 5 for us.
Good afternoon, Chair Sieben and Commissioners. Item number 5 is docket E002M24389 in the matter of the petition of Northern States Power doing business as Xcel Energy to revise its net metering tariffs to apply to qualifying facilities up to 5 megawatts. The question before the Commission is, should the Commission grant Hennepin County's petition for reconsideration of the Commission's June 25th, 2025 order? I have no further remarks, but I am available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown-Huss. Commissioners, we've all reviewed this record, the order that was established by that was issued by the commission, and the petitioner's comments. I'll just note that in my review of the record, I think it's pretty clear that the commission did not formally adopt the 1 mile rule in determining eligibility for net metering programs in its order, and that the dispute between Hennepin County and Xcel that was raised in the recon was a dispute predating and unaffected by the order. I'd also point out that in our order, which was issued on June 25th, the commission approved Xcel's proposed tariff for 5 megawatts as a qualifying facilities PPA, which made 15-minute net metering effects under the A51 and A52 rate codes available for facilities up to the 5 megawatt capacity level, and we didn't make changes to the monthly or annual net metering rate offerings under the A53 or A54 rate codes. And so for these decisions, or for these considerations, as well as others that were raised in the staff briefing papers, I would move decision options 4 and 6, and point out to Hennepin County that they're free to file a complaint under 216B.17, and would ask commissioners if they have any questions on my motion or any discussion of my motion to move decision option 4 and 6. Hearing none, then I move decision options 4 and 6. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, the motion prevails. Thank you. Next, we'll take up the agenda item number 6. Parties are free to come forward, and we'll start with opening comments after we introduce the item.
I talk to Steve really quickly. 2 seconds. Steve.
Mr. Rose or Ms. Trudeau, please introduce item number 6.
Okay, good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. Item number 6 relates to docket E999.
I think your microphone isn't on.
Sorry. Good afternoon, Chair Sieben and Commissioners. Item number 6 relates to docket number E999, PR 2521 for all the electric utilities. And this is in the matter of Minnesota PUC filings to the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission about the Minnesota PUC response to complaints of the North Dakota Public Service Commission and others versus the Minnesota or Mid-Continent Independent System Operator, MISO, in FERC docket EL 25-109. And the question before the Commission is, should the Commission authorize submission of comments to FERC in opposition to the complaints of North Dakota Public Service Commission et al. Versus MISO in FERC docket EL 25-109. We have representatives of several of the utilities, the MISO, the Department of Commerce, Otter Tail Power, Minnesota Power, Great River Energy, Xcel Energy, and ITC Midwest available to speak, and commission staff are also available to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. We'll begin with MISO. Please introduce yourself, who's speaking, and provide your comments.
Hi, this is Brian Tullo, Executive Director, External Affairs for MISO.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Matthew Loftus on behalf of MISO.
And good afternoon, Carrie Valley, Senior Director for State Policy for MISO.
Go ahead.
Thank you. MISO is currently finalizing its answer to respond to the complaint that was filed in FERC docket number EL 25109. The complaint challenges the cost allocation for the long-range transmission plan tranche 2.1. And specifically, the complaint alleges that MISO has overestimated the benefits of that tranche 2.1, and consequently, the portfolio of projects should not move forward. As the Commission is aware, LRTP is a part of MISO's reliability imperative and develops backbone regional transmission projects to ensure that the transmission system is reliable, economic, and compliant based upon state and utility plans, forecasted conditions, and industry trends. This is accomplished while demonstrating that the benefits of the portfolio of transmission projects exceed the costs and is consistent with MISO's tariff. The LRTP takes a long-range view, roughly 20 to 40 years, of the transmission system and addresses future issues and is conducted as the factors that affect the region's transmission needs continually change. For Tranche 2.1, that portfolio includes 24 transmission projects, 323 transmission facilities across the MISO Midwest subregion. And those projects are targeted to go into service between 2032 and 2034. Tranche 2.1 builds a 3,631 mile 765 kV and 345 kV backbone that ensures future reliability while demonstrating that the benefits exceed the costs. Tranche 2.1 is a significant step towards enabling future generation as envisioned by MISO's members, utilities, and MISO states. Tranche 2.1 is primarily a reliability-based portfolio, but also provides significant economic value. And specifically, in response to the complaint, MISO's answer will demonstrate that MISO followed its tariff in developing Tranche 2.1. We will review how MISO followed a comprehensive 7-step process to develop Tranche 2.1, which importantly includes extensive and significant stakeholder input, and that input was used to review, analyze, refine, and finalize Tranche 2.1. MISO will also demonstrate in its answer that it followed its tariff when it calculated the benefit-to-cost ratio of Tranche 2.1. Specifically, MISO used 9 benefit metrics, which were also fully vetted and reviewed by stakeholders. The results of that analysis demonstrates that Tranche 2.1 will provide a range of benefits of 1.8 to 3.5, which means that for every dollar spent on Tranche 2.1, benefits of $1.80 to $3.50 will result. Our answer will also explain how Tranche 2.1 is a portfolio of projects which is urgently needed to strengthen MISO's high voltage backbone, and that it also provides multiple benefits in excess of the costs to the MISO Midwest subregion, again, primarily supporting reliability, but also reducing generator production costs and enabling more efficient resource and transmission investments. Tranche 2.1 is an investment in economic development as new expanding economies require reliable power and has the potential to attract new businesses and support connections to promising high-growth industries such as data centers. Our answer will also explain how there will be significant consequences if the FERC upholds this complaint. The consequences will not only involve the elimination of the reliability and economic benefits that I've discussed, but the consequences will be farther reaching into other processes at MISO. This is because remember that the Tranche 2.1 was approved by the MISO board in December. This complaint was filed approximately 8 months later. So Tranche 2.1 has already been included in base cases for studies that MISO has undertaken to date. And MISO has reasonably anticipated including Tranche 2.1 in future studies that it intends to undertake in the near future. The types of studies I'm talking about are interconnection-related studies as well as the recently approved ERIS study process. So the consequences will be far-reaching in that it will delay new generation coming online. It will delay the facilitation of the economic development opportunities that I've discussed in the MISO states. With that, I'm happy to answer or try to answer any questions that the Commission may have. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll hold off on questions until we hear from the other parties, if that's okay. Dr. Wyckoff, I see you're here. I think we have you next if you're ready. You can, someone's going to have to make room for Dr. Wyckoff, please, and then.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair Sieben and Commissioners. My name is Pete Wyckoff, and I'm Deputy Commissioner for Energy at the Minnesota Department of Commerce. I appreciate the Commission giving me the opportunity to speak today, and my comments will be brief. I am here to convey the Department's emphatic endorsement of the MISO Tranche 2.1 projects and the need to keep the vital expansion and modernization of our electric grid moving forward. FERC must reject the petition brought by North Dakota and others that will only delay projects that have been through a robust decision-making process already. We at Commerce stand ready to work with the Commission and others to convey this message. To briefly elaborate, the Department has a commitment to ensuring that Minnesotans are provided with affordable and reliable electricity. The proposed projects will advance both of those goals. We partnered with the Commission and other state entities and consumer advocates to participate in a robust process to develop the Mid-Continent Independent System Operator, MISO, Long-Range Transmission Plan Tranche 2.1 portfolio. This transmission portfolio and the corresponding cost allocation method is the result of a robust, multi-year process with input and negotiation from all states within the MISO footprint, including those now challenging the decision. These transmission projects are essential to maintaining a reliable grid and affordable energy in our region. In addition to maintaining reliability and resilience for existing customers, these projects are necessary to support economic growth in our region in a time of expanding electric demand. If FERC accepts the complaint, it will substantially delay projects, including those in the recently announced ERIS program. This will delay projects so that they are not able to obtain expiring federal tax credits, a result that will further increase electric rates. The Department supports decision option 1. Thank you for our time and consideration.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wyckoff. Next is Otter Power. Please identify yourself and go ahead.
Excuse me. Good afternoon, Chair Sieben and Commissioners. My name is Stacy Hebert, and I am the Manager of FERC RTO Policy for Otter Power Company. I appreciate the opportunity to provide comments on this matter today. As a utility with customers in Minnesota, North Dakota, and South Dakota, we are following this complaint activity very closely. Otter Power has had a high degree of engagement in the MVP and LRTP transmission planning process and cost allocation for 15 years. Our engineers have worked with MISO's engineers, and we've worked with our state commissions. We stand behind and support how Tranche 2.1 was developed and is allocated, and believe that it provides the best outcome for the customers we serve and the areas we operate in. Mr. Loftus and the MISO MTEP report do a good job of covering the broad regional benefits that the Tranche 2.1 portfolio provides. I would like to take a more focused look at the benefits that Otter Power Company has observed. Specific to Tranche 2.1, you may recall that when the initial Tranche 2 portfolio was released in March of 2024, Otter Power Company and others believed it failed to resolve severe regional reliability issues within Minnesota and along the eastern borders of North Dakota and South Dakota. Beyond the obvious reliability risk to our customers, these unresolved reliability issues also constrained the transfer capability out of the northwest region of MISO. This impedes access to some of the lowest cost generation in the MISO footprint. After observing these shortfalls, we believe Tranche 2.1 needed to do more. Ottertail and others submitted additional projects for consideration into what ultimately became Tranche 2.1. That collaboration highlights the beauty of MISO's top-down, bottom-up transmission planning process. Utilities with the best knowledge of the needs in their area can submit solutions for consideration. One of the projects that was added to the final Tranche 2.1 portfolio was the Maple River Cuyuna 345 kV project. Just for reference, Maple River is north of Fargo and Cuyuna is northeast of Brainerd. In addition to providing reliability benefits by resolving about 60% of the significant voltage constraints, this project effectively forms a bridge across the constrained areas on the eastern side of North Dakota and the northwestern portion of Minnesota, allowing access to low-cost power and offloading the existing system facilities, as well as creating 1,000 megawatts of transfer capability in the local resource zone number 1. Providing access to low-cost generation benefits the MISO region as a whole and brings economic opportunities to the northwest region of MISO. Tranche 2.1 builds off the Tranche 1 portfolio, which was built off the original MVP portfolio. Individually and collectively, these three portfolios provide tremendous value to our region and to the MISO footprint. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hebert. Next, I just shut my list, is GRE, please. Or no, sorry, Minnesota Power. And they may be online.
Good afternoon, Chair Sieben and Commissioners. My name is Jackson Evans, FERC Counsel, and I'm here on behalf of Minnesota Power to discuss the critical importance of MISO's LRTP process and the Tranche 2.1 portfolio of transmission projects. Minnesota Power strongly supports the Tranche 2.1 portfolio, which represents a proactive, collaborative effort to ensure grid reliability and resiliency across Minnesota and the broader Midwest region. These projects are essential to addressing grid stability challenges during periods of high demand, extreme weather, and other system stresses, ensuring that electricity remains available when it is needed most. Accordingly, Minnesota Power intends to sign on to a joint filing with other MISO transmission owners to oppose the complaint with FERC. The Tranche 2.1 portfolio was designed to align with the generation plans of utilities in Minnesota and other MISO states, including the integrated resources plans that have been approved by this commission. By increasing regional transfer capability, these projects enable utilities to access a diverse mix of reliable energy resources, reducing the need for redundant generation and enhancing overall resource adequacy. MISO estimates that the benefits of Tranche 2.1 are between 2.2 to 4.9 times greater than the costs in the MISO Zone 1, which includes Minnesota, North Dakota, parts of Wisconsin, and South Dakota. These benefits included avoided capacity costs, mitigation of reliability issues, and increased access to competitive energy resources. Importantly, this enhanced transfer capability will improve resiliency, mitigate outages, and provide access to available resources during times of grid constraint and high wholesale electricity costs. The Tranche 2.1 portfolio is the product of a multi-year intensive stakeholder process, which included contributions from utilities, public interest organizations, and state agencies. This transparent and inclusive process ensured that the projects were well aligned with the broader reliability needs of the region. By sharing the costs and benefits across the region, these projects ensure that the grid remains reliable, resilient, and capable of meeting the demands of the future. Minnesota Power also recognizes the risks posed by delays or changes to the Tranche 2.1 portfolio as proposed by the complaint. If Tranche 2.1 were removed from the relevant MISO models, Minnesota Power anticipates substantial delays, restudies, and potential increased costs across multiple MISO planning activities. This disruption would include generator interconnection studies, transmission planning, load interconnection studies, and the evaluation of the ARAS projects, which MISO has recently approved. Accordingly, Minnesota Power is committed to working with the MISO transmission owners and other stakeholders to oppose this complaint and ensure the timely development of these critical Tranche 2.1 projects. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Minnesota Power looks forward to continuing to work with the Commission and other stakeholders to advance these critical projects and support the region's energy future.
Thank you very much, Mr. Evans. Next is GRE. Mr. Ellis, you're going to have to swap in again. Apologies. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Sieben, Commissioners. My name is Matt Ellis. I'm the Director of Transmission Planning and Compliance from Great River Energy, and we very much appreciate the opportunity to provide some brief perspectives regarding the complaint. Great River Energy opposes the complaint, and we will submit comments to FERC jointly with other MISO utilities in support of the MISO portfolio. We participated extensively through the multi-year stakeholder process that led to the approval. We also independently, throughout the process and subsequent have evaluated the necessity of the individual Tranche 2.1 projects for which we're involved. For each, we've confirmed that these projects are essential and represent the most cost-effective solutions for ensuring system reliability. Several key points deserve emphasis. While the complaint primarily highlights the economic analysis supporting the portfolio, specifically it challenges a few of the benefit metrics used to calculate the benefit to cost ratio. From our perspective, reliability is the principal driver of need. And if, according to MISO's analysis, the Tranche 2.1 portfolio addresses 961 reliability constraints. Bringing this closer to home, 372 of those are mitigated by the Tranche 2.1 765 kV line across southern Minnesota that will connect South Dakota.
Can you say that again?
The number?
Yeah, the number.
372.
One more time.
372.
All right.
About a third. So 960. So Tranche 2.1 mitigates 961 reliability issues. The 765 kV line across southern Minnesota connecting South Dakota, Iowa, and Wisconsin mitigates 372 of those reliability constraints. It does not connect. Northernmost substation is Big Stone South in South Dakota.
We'll talk a little bit about that 365.
Okay.
765.
Thank you. One thing I just want to emphasize, according to NERC standards, each of those identified reliability issues requires a mitigation plan. And so absent resolution through the Tranche 2.1 portfolio, these constraints would likely be resolved through a more fragmented solutions, ultimately resulting in a higher cost. Now, mitigating these 961 reliability constraints not only accommodates new and expanding load growth, but it also helps facilitate the interconnection of, according to MISO's estimate, 116 gigawatts of generation across MISO. For Great River Energy specifically, bringing this closer to home, we have projects that are in MISO's expedited resource addition study. We also have pending generation interconnection requests necessary to fulfill our state-approved integrated resource plan, all of which are contingent upon Tranche 2.1 being operational. Should FERC grant the complaints, these studies would all require reevaluation. A reevaluation of these studies would affect both network upgrades and overall project economics within the MISO queue, the ERAS process, as well as internally for Great River Energy. Each utility does their own due diligence before we even submit these to MISO. And so a reevaluation would go back to the start, even within each of the utilities. Timelines for commercial operations would likely be delayed, endangering realization of federal tax credits that are already on a challenging timeline. This would necessitate reconsideration of project viability, possibly impending Minnesota's potential to capitalize on federal tax incentives to benefit our members and control total costs of service. So we support the commission filing comments opposing the first FERC complaint and very much appreciate the opportunity to provide comments.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ellis. Next is Xcel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioners, Ian Dobson. I'm the lead assistant general counsel at Xcel Energy. I also have Jason Standing, the director of our transmission planning group, in case you guys have questions. I can't give up the table for this part of it. I think I'll start by saying we at Xcel we agree with basically everything that has been said here by the other parties. We very much support Tranche 2.1. We will also be filing a protest against the complaint next week. I think we see this as a critical for both the reliability, the economic growth, and economic benefits to our customers. In focusing just solely on reliability, which obviously is one part of this. It's a very important part, but to focus on that, I think what was compelling to us in looking through our documents for this hearing today is that when MISO did its cost-benefit analysis, and we've been participating in its futures process from the start, and obviously have had a lot of comment from all these other parties on it. But when MISO projected those futures, and these are obviously investments over the next 20 years, just looking at what we would need to spend in Zone 1 to mitigate the reliability impacts if the system were to grow naturally as they project. That alone is going to take up half on the low end, or maybe more than the cost of that LRTP 2.1 will offset. That's before you get to the many other benefits of congestion relief, capacity, lowering capacity costs, lowering energy costs. So we think that in and of itself is incredibly compelling information. So I think that I think every other point I wanted to make has been made, so I won't repeat them. I think the one thing that is coming to mind that I want to say is, what I think we also saw in the reliability standpoint, and Jason can talk more about this, but when we're talking about resiliency of the system, these projects are going to reduce what we call the thermal overloads of the system by 60% in an N-1 scenario, or when one major transmission line goes down, the ability to respond to that, and I believe it's 70% in N-1-1. So we think this is both very cost-effective way of making sure that we can plan for the growth of the system and the reliability constraints that would be inevitable, but also in making sure that the system as it grows remains resilient to potential disruptions. So like I said, we're going to be filing a protest, and we very much support Tranche 2.1.
Like chomping at the bit.
I know, but it's not your turn yet. Thank you. That concludes your comments, and you're supportive of the decision option that's outlined in that briefing paper?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't make that clear. Yes, we are.
And ITC is next on the list. Ms. Rupia, I understood you were just available for questions, but I wanted to just note that you're online. If there's anything ITC wanted to provide for opening comments, you're welcome to. I don't hear anything.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
My apologies. I'm operating from a phone, and so I do have my colleague here, but I will just say thank you, Jennifer Rupia with ITC Midwest. I have my colleague here, Phil Jovanovski, who can get into a little more detail, but I do want to express appreciation to the Commission for taking up comments and allowing us to offer comments on this. Phil, are you in a spot where you can offer comments?
Yeah. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes. Please state your name for the record.
Okay, great. Philip Jovanovski. I'm an analyst on the FERC regulatory team with ITC. So good afternoon, Chair Sieben and Commissioners. ITC is fully supportive of Tranche 2.1 as well as the efforts that MISO has taken to both plan the portfolio and everything that they've sort of discussed as their plans to respond to the complaint. The gentleman from Xcel had mentioned that just about everything he wanted to say had been touched on. So going last, I can say everything I was planning on saying has been touched on. But ITC is planning on filing a protest next week with the MISO transmission owners as well. And like I said, fully supportive of everything that MISO had indicated. Just sort of one thing to emphasize, I think is important to note, is that, it's not just the public policy goals like the complainants had stated those are being achieved by the portfolio. It's also the plentiful reliability metrics like GRE had stated, as well as, the economic benefits as well, both congestion mitigation relief, as well as the economic development opportunities that are starting to flock to the Midwest. And lastly, I'll just say that, now is not the time to inject any sort of regulatory uncertainty. It's already a long process to get these transmission lines built, and the way that this complaint was filed would definitely inject some additional uncertainty into the overall process. So ITC would be supportive of the Commission protesting the complaint.
Okay, thank you very much for all of those comments. Is there anybody else who, this is a docket that we opened, not that long ago, but is there anybody else that wants to provide comments on the issue that's before the Commission right now? Okay, hearing no one, then we'll turn to Commissioner questions, and our MISO designee and OMS President, Commissioner Sullivan, please start us off.
Thank you, Chair Sieben. And I want to thank Chair Sieben and colleagues for having this put on the agenda today. I think it's really important. I want to thank the utilities for being here. I think that, as it's been said, we've put everything out, and I think I got something of value from every single one of the testifiers today, and I really appreciate that. There's a couple things I wanted to focus on, and by no means, if I leave you off the list, it doesn't mean I didn't hear it. I'm keyed in on a couple things, but, Otter Tail, you talked about the reliability issues that this addresses between North Dakota and Minnesota and Minnesota, the Maple River Cuyuna transmission system that will allow outlet from the northwestern segments of MISO into the rest of MISO. GRE mentioning 961 known reliability issues that would be mitigated by these lines. Xcel mentioning that just to fix the known issues, and I'm assuming on your system, not all of the known issues, but just the reliability issues that you're aware of, that covers more than 60%, or that covers more than half of the costs of Tranche 2.1. I got that right? I want to make sure that that's right.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Sullivan, that was for Zone 1.
For Zone 1.
For Zone 1, and it's about half or up, depending on the load growth we see over the next 20 years.
Yeah.
But half would be the low end, the baseline.
I mean, I think that this is exactly what the MISO process is designed to address. The MISO process, as somebody who's been, I wouldn't say I've been to 300 of those meetings, but there were more than 300 meetings on Tranche 2.1, but I've been to a sizable percentage of them. Same with Commissioner Hom.
More than you want to remember.
Yeah, I mean, we've been to a lot. I mean, these issues are vetted, and this is what this is to address. These reliability issues, this is what the stakeholder process is there to address, for us all to do this together, because it costs less for us to do it together than it does if we do ad hoc-y, one-off-y approaches, which somebody had mentioned that same thing, like it's going to cost more if we do it independently. And that's why we have an RTO, is that we share these costs. The costs are lower for everybody, and that redounds to almost everything that the RTO does for us. And where we see this reflected is in the fuel clause. We see this reflected in the fuel clause when, I mean, just this last year, Xcel, your fuel clause reduced by $200 million last year for a number of reasons. Actually, I think it was a little bit more than that, but for a number of reasons. There's no $200 million prudency review out there. This is the value of MISO, and this is the value of, why are you smirking? Oh, but I meant in 1 year. I think, like, I really appreciate the points that have been made here on reliability. I think that is really, really important. One of the process that MISO uses, we've agreed to this process through the organization of MISO states. The states have agreed to a process, and this is the end result of it. This is the end result of it, and this is why FERC Order 1920 is modeled on the MISO process. Is that we need to get this stuff done, and this is why FERC is saying the rest of the country should look more like MISO. So I think that it's really important that it is known that this is fundamentally about reliability, that this was a sound, strong process. I want to focus in on some of the knock-on consequences that are what I'm really concerned about. As MISO, Mr. Loftus, you has testified to, that this has been in the model now since December. This is baked into the analysis that MISO uses going forward. And for anybody out there who is in need of power, if that is what you need, then the power that you need to serve your data center or your onshore industry or whatever you're needing it for is reliant on these transmission lines. And if you pull them out of the model, like as Mr. Loftus said, that is going to mean it's going to be harder for you to get that power, much harder, and it's going to cost more. And I want people to pay, if anybody's listening, I want people to pay attention to this point. It's going to cost you more, and you're going to have to wait longer. And in the AI race that we're in the moment that we're in, everything that we hear about is we need this now, now, now. Well, this is going to take longer. So ERAS is a process that MISO developed, that we, through a stakeholder process, developed. Minnesota has 11 ERAS projects that have been approved by MISO to move forward through ERAS modeling. Just some numbers that I had staff pull. Those 11 projects, and all of the utilities have projects in there, 2,470 megawatts. That 2,470 megawatts that Minnesota's economy needs in the immediate future. We need that. Our economic growth, the people of the state are depending on that showing up for their jobs, for their livelihood. That 2,470 megawatts, if this Tranche 2.1 is pulled, is going to wait longer. And I guess my question to MISO is, and you can answer this in weeks, months, years, how long would you expect that it would delay an ERAS process if you pulled 2.1 out? And you don't have to be specific, but that's why I said weeks, months, years. I think it's probably years. But I'm not trying to lead you while leading you.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, I don't think we have a specific timetable in mind. It would certainly involve having to update the base case, and in part that would, the time period would be dictated by how long this complaint proceeding is going to take. So that alone could take months. But in terms of actually updating it and then running the studies, we don't have a specific time frame, but certainly something we could get back to you on.
I'd interpret that as many months to years. I think the utilities, that's just with ERAs. In the definitive planning phase, the 2022 cycle, Minnesota has 4,988 megawatts in DPP. So just so people are paying attention, if you pull tranche 2.1 out of the base case, what it will most immediately affect, it will affect the DPP 22. It'll affect the DPP 23. And these are the cycles that lead ultimately to a generator interconnection agreement. It'll affect expedited projects, and it'll affect ERAs. But in Minnesota, we have 4,988 megawatts in DPP 22, and we have 8,465 megawatts in the DPP 23. So that together is about 13,400 megawatts. If you assume that 70% of that drops off, because that's what happens in the definitive planning phases, that drops off, that still leaves us with 6,505 megawatts that is very likely going to be delayed. And I just verify those numbers with you. Does that sound right, Mr. Loftus?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, yes, that sounds accurate.
So between DPP 22 and 23 and ERAs, we're looking at 9,000 megawatts of power that is to serve Minnesotans that will be delayed. So all the stuff that we want to do, that's why I view this as an attack. And I would be interested if MISO could share what are those numbers for, like the ERAS numbers for the entire footprint, because I would anticipate that all of those ERAS projects throughout the entire footprint would also be delayed. And how many megawatts, Mr. Tullo or Mr. Loftus, is that?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Sullivan, I can tell you that, so on August 26th, MISO received 47 ERAS applications across 12 states, accounting for 26,500 megawatts of new generation capacity to come online.
Almost all of that, I would assume, would have to be restudied at a minimum.
I think that's right.
It would be restudied. So would that include projects that are also in the South?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, yes.
So projects in the South the ERAS projects in the South would have to be restudied.
They're going to be impacted, correct.
Yeah, thank you. I think now that's just ERAS projects. If you look at DPP 22 and DPP 23, that's over 100,000, that's 100-some gigawatts of projects that are in there, applying the same filter of 70%, 30 gigawatts. The consequences are significant. I'm just beating a dead horse now, but the consequences are significant. And I think this is what happens when you can't do big things. That's what happens, is you nickel and dime something, or you keep picking at it until it dies. And I really am hopeful that FERC is going to reject the filing, and I'm also most hopeful that we will support doing a filing. But anyways, that's all I had to say right now. I really appreciate everybody coming and speaking to this, and yeah, that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Chair Stephen. Yeah, clearly, I don't have much question. I'll just make some statement. I think I start my work in energy in 2003. I start my job at the department, and since 2005, I start to cover MISO resource adequacy and MISO transmission planning. Since I moved to commission in 2012, I was becoming full-time covering MISO issue. So as Commissioner Sullivan said, I participated in every MISO LRTP meeting until I became a commissioner. So I saw what's going on, and then I had a lot of discussion with the MISO staff, other state staff regarding this long-term transmission planning. Not engaging in the merit of the individual project because potentially we have to approve this project, but we can assure that there was a proper process. States are monitoring. I think MISO is providing funding to the organization of MISO state to monitor its own planning process. So Minnesota is one of the active states really engaging in even engineering analysis, assistance from the MISO, and then also with that funding, we were able to access software, technical expertise. Even that wasn't good enough. Organization of MISO state asked for the additional funding to hire independent engineering company to monitor this process during the LRTP process. So that was additional process. Probably people may not see it who didn't follow this issue very closely. Being said, MISO MVP project was approved in 2010, 2011-ish, but Minnesota utility has a long history of collaborative transmission planning from the UMTDI, Upper Midwest Transmission Development Initiative. At the time, our neighboring state, including Dakotas and Wisconsin, Iowa, Illinois, everybody, we work together. I'm very disappointed at this point that we are becoming like in this situation because our Upper Midwest tradition is being attacked, not just Minnesota, but our way of lifestyle at the Upper Midwest, including Dakotas, we are working together. We already addressed a lot of issue and concern of other states through this process behind the scene as OMS. If somebody think it's not fair to the state, OMS was always addressing that issue to MISO, and MISO was proactively reacting to it. So that's why I was very surprised and disappointed that. Plus, I don't know why southern three states are initiating this. They're not going to pay any dime on this project. They clearly reject not to do this one. So MISO had to go long distance to revising its tariff to separate them from this LRTP process until tranche 3 and 4 becomes the real project. Being said, only economic speculation I can make in their behavior is they are initiating another anti-competitive process. Originally, Entergy was forced to join MISO or any RTO under DOJ investigation. And now I see a similar pattern here. They are trying to create this anti-competitive environment, not building transmission line so they can corner their market. So even though we are building tranche 1 and 2.1, 2.2, they're not going to pay any dime even if we have a tranche 4 that will open the gate to the energy to the south because MISO tariff cannot go back and retroactively charge them. Even though we are charging PJM and SPP, if they're getting benefit from these lines under the MVP tariff, they are paying for it. So that's why only economic rationale for me is they are trying to do this anti-competitive behavior by hurting everybody to protect their economic interest. That's why I was very disappointed because we went through this process for more than 5 years. We created long-range transmission planning principle. And we went through tranche 1 and 2.1 process. And we tried to address everybody's concern as much as possible. And I think a lot of people doesn't see that because OMS working behind the scene and trying to address every state's concern if they had a concern. But now it become the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission proceeding. We have to go against some of our neighboring states' interest and their opinion, but it is not about personal attack on other states. We have to defend this process because it is good for everybody. Based on the MISO process, this project will benefit a lot of all MISO state. In addition to that, based on what we saw during the Winter Storm Uri and Elliott, MISO MVP project enable the MISO to play the critical role providing energy to the MISO's east and west neighboring RTO so they can be saved from the blackout and potentially saving people's life. So not only this is attack on the Minnesota or Midwest, it can potentially really harm the whole nation because MISO is in the middle of the nation. Not having enough transport capability can potentially harm our eastern and western neighbor. So hopefully the challenging party understand this overall consequence and they withdraw their filing as soon as they can.
Yeah, if I could build off of that, I am also disappointed in our neighbors to the north. I appreciate the hard work that they do, and I don't want to belittle that, but when I look at the map on page 4 of our briefing papers, we got to go through the hard work of permitting 2 major lines to help serve their load up in Fargo, okay, to help them have stable service. It's a lot of work. You just saw us fighting our butts off to try to get a line figured out. There's a 115 kV line. Can you imagine some of these 765s? It's not going to be easy work, and we're doing it to help make the whole system reliable. Mr. Doe and I were sitting on a meeting yesterday at SPP because they're starting to build a backbone of 765s, and we found something very interesting. I provided this to Mr. Commissioner Sullivan and to Commissioner Hom, is that they're building a backbone up to the Bakken. Their future backbone is going to go to the Bakken. Okay, it's also going to go out to the oil fields of New Mexico. Okay, to serve what they think is their future energy, all above. Okay, go for it, MAGA away. Okay, but let me tell you, one of the keys that we found out yesterday is they see one of the important things is to link that backbone with this 765 kV line going into the Brookings Big Stone area to help us transfer power in those emergencies. Like you said, Commissioner Hom, when the lights are going out in Chicago and they're bringing us down, who's going to save our butts? Okay? It's those guys out in Oklahoma and Kansas and Nebraska. It's those power plants that we need, and they're thinking already of interlinking those. Okay? They're making, and this makes sense, and I appreciate, we joined SPP just to make sure you guys are talking together, and I have to tell you, you've been doing a great job. I appreciate what I've been seeing from MISO and SPP working together to feel how to make that intertransfer of those power happen, and that's directly going to benefit North Dakota and Montana. So I'm extremely disappointed in my friends up in the Dakotas and Montana for not seeing the bigger picture that's going on here, and that how MISO has been working hard to make that happen, to make our region on that seam more reliable. And so I appreciate that work. I'm going to continue to force it at SPP. I would hope they would see the benefits that they're tripping up right now.
Thank you, Chair Sieben. I, like several of the parties, would say that many of the points I would make have been made. I will just say, coming up to a higher level, the way I'm thinking about this is that reliable, adequate, and abundant electricity is the foundation of our economy across the country. It is the foundation of our society. It is what allows us to live on the tundra. It is what allows our small businesses to become big businesses. It is what allows our local communities to grow. and this complaint threatens that for our region. I am also very disappointed that that the complaining states brought this complaint. I appreciate the long-term planning and the deep engagement that MISO does with all of our states to make sure that our needs are being met and that our utilities are able to provide information to you all about some of the reliability issues and the weaknesses that they see on the system. It is just a true testament to shared knowledge and having a long-term vision for our region to make sure that we can continue to operate as a healthy economy and society. I absolutely support the joint comments, and I'm really heartened to hear about the transmission owners and the work that you all will be doing to oppose this complaint. I really appreciate you doing that. And I don't really have a whole lot to add. That's all I have to say about that.
Thank you, Commissioner Partridge and fellow commissioners. First, I'd just like to also set the stage a little bit. This is an unusual matter. Normally, we don't open a docket specific about a FERC complaint. And so I just want to reiterate that the point of opening the docket and then the commission's support of authorizing Commissioner Sullivan as our designated lead commissioner to sign the joint comments is to comply with the state's open meeting law. And so we wanted to have this hearing to be transparent about the commission's support of joining the joint comments. And that is a high-level view to attempt for me to express gratitude to Commissioner Sullivan for his leadership as the OMS president in not only leading our efforts from the Minnesota perspective, but also all he's done on behalf of OMS to help advance transmission planning in the upper Midwest and throughout the country. So first of all, thank you, Commissioner Sullivan, for all your work that you do. And also to our staff, Commissioner Hom and others who have worked really hard on getting the briefing papers ready today in a very short time frame. I know it was difficult over the holiday weekend, and it has been a little bit tricky just to continue to work on the joint comments that are being drafted right now that are still a work in progress because the submission deadline, as is noted in the briefing papers, isn't until next week. But by having this discussion, by hearing from MISO and the utilities and other stakeholders, we, I think as a commission, are comfortable moving forward with, or at least I certainly am, with authorizing Commissioner Sullivan to sign those comments, even though we don't have them exactly in front of us, to help highlight the overall importance of this complaint. But I think what's been expressed today, and also I just want to spend a minute highlighting, is that it really is unusual to have a complaint like this come at this stage, and the threat it all poses to our joint planning and coordination we do as state commissions with entities that are here. So one thing that I've talked to staff about that I haven't shared with commissioners or others yet is what else we can do as a commission to enhance and support the filing to the FERC in our own capacity. And so one thing I wanted to ask commissioners if they'd be supportive of, and particularly Dr. Wyckoff, is if it would be helpful to also have, so assuming that the commission approves decision option 1, which is, as everyone knows, having the commission sign on to the joint comments to the FERC, should we also submit a filing that is more Minnesota specific on behalf of the public entities that have been weighing in on this. So I'm envisioning here, Dr. Wyckoff, that it would be a relatively short letter that is somehow indicating that it's consistent with the measures that were discussed here today, that were laid out in the briefing papers, consistent with the joint comments, where the Minnesota Department of Commerce would then have a venue and an avenue to sign a joint letter with the commission and perhaps other entities to the FERC. Is that something you think you'd be supportive of and is a good idea?
Thank you, Chair Sieben. And yes, as we've discussed, as the cabinet agency and speaking on behalf of the Walls administration, we would welcome the opportunity to collaborate with the commission on a joint statement from the public entities in Minnesota.
And because this is all like coming together in a very short time frame, as we know, the states didn't want to even give us an extension to work this out a little better. The utilities, I know you mentioned you're already filing as the Minnesota utilities, or you're joining other entities in filing comments as well. Would the Minnesota utilities welcome signing on to a short letter like Dr. Wyckoff and I just discussed, or are you covered for your own, like all of the Minnesota utilities are going to file? I'm not wording this question correctly or easily. Does any Minnesota utility want to join a letter with the commission and Dr. Wyckoff, which we don't have fully like written yet, but would be consistent with the discussion today? So we are signing as like Minnesota entities solely. Mr. Ellis, you seem to be nodding along like you're understanding my confusing question. Or you can also certainly say that you're already working together or individually to answer the complaint and you don't want to join. That's perfectly fine, because I understand you're already filing anyway.
So Chair Sieben, Commissioners, no, very much appreciate the ask, and I understand what you're saying. We are, so at Great River Energy, we are filing with other Minnesota, or with other MISO-wide transmission owners. As far as submitting an additional letter from Great River Energy, can we take that back, discuss it, and then get back to you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think the nature of what would likely do, because again, the comments are due shortly, is the commission executive secretary and will work with Dr. Wyckoff, will have the draft submitted and then circulate it, and then folks could sign on if they want to. So I don't know if I should put other utilities on the spot, if that's something you'd want to consider or not. Mr. Dobson?
Sure, Madam Chair. I mean, I think we're in line with Jerry. We're happy to take it back. Obviously, we're filing our own and we're covered there, but we're certainly happy to take a look at a letter and talk about it internally.
Okay, it's probably consistent. We'll do that or attempt to do that. At the very least, though, if the commissioners support it, we'll have the Minnesota commissioners and the Minnesota Department of Commerce submit a brief statement or a brief letter stating the support. And the OAG isn't here, but I would suggest that we reach out to the OAG if perhaps they're watching and want to join this as another public entity where this is of significant importance. Then the other thing I'd just like to, I don't think we need a specific motion on it, but I would just like to state is that because, again, this is an unusual complaint, a somewhat unusual docket, the commission, maybe we should have a vote on it, that we're directing our executive secretary to work on legal matters related to the complaint, with the exception that approval of litigation filings will continue to be approved by the commission. And the rationale and the reason for having a public discussion of this is that, should the commission or should the Minnesota lose, or should the FERC complaint move forward and the FERC not side on our side that we're advocating for, there likely will be more significant legal expenses for the commission to continue to argue the case. And so I don't think we need to, I don't know if we have to have more of a discussion about it or not, but as the chair, I just wanted to raise that commissioners are aware that we would authorize our executive secretary to continue to pursue legal options, and there may need to be budgetary requests or other things that are made should the complaint go forward in a way that we're all familiar with. So do any commissioners have any questions about either of those two topics that I just raised? Then anything else that if we move to authorize Commissioner Sullivan to sign the joint comments, we authorize our executive secretary to work on a joint letter with interested Minnesota stakeholders, and direct the executive secretary to work on legal matters related to the complaint. That seems to be like kind of where we're at right now. Is that, and just to be clear, there's not going to be a formal order that comes out of this docket here today, just a motion. And so that's sort of my loose motion overall. Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Sieben. As long as we understand, I think probably all commissioners already understood, but I think for the public, we are not advocating the project itself, because we are going to reevaluate individual project as it comes to the commission. So we are trying to protect the planning process that MISO is doing, so making sure that we are evaluating these projects in the MISO-wide plan, and then individual project will be evaluated with its own merit at the commission.
No, that's a really good point, and thank you for emphasizing that, Commissioner. Any other discussion or questions from the parties or commissioners? Otherwise, is my very loose motion that I made clear enough? Commissioners, then all in favor of my motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The motion prevails 5-0. Thank you very much, everyone, and thanks for your good work.
Thank you,
There's
everybody.
no other business before the commission, so we're adjourned for the day.
Thank you.